Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Grand Order. Yesterday, we picked up Nero, and we're starting to get our way through her bond points. As you can see, if I just keep clicking, I'll eventually get to Nero here. She's on my team. And look at that. Beautiful. Now, we've been doing interludes, as they're incredibly efficient for getting bond points. And I think we'll continue with interludes since we got this half AP campaign. Alright. The Legend of the Samurai. Sasuke Kojiro's. I mean, I shouldn't doubt this man. He did do some good work for me in Orleans. Not as much as the internet memes would have you say, but he's done some work. I got him to, I think, level 30 and was faffing about with him for the first pillar. He didn't impress me at that point, but you know, maybe I had higher expectations for someone who's supposed to destroy pillars and save France by himself. Still like to see his saber form at some point. That would be nice. Oh, I can probably send some of these right away. Anyway. Some of these just unlock at Ascension. I should probably just ascend them when I have the material. I probably have the materials. Alright. And we are here for the bond points. Where did your apples go, Draylar? They're completely gone. As it happens when you experience events. This is our new bond team. In fact, we're just going to call this bond team clear. No sense wasting time. This is a bond team now. This is a bond team. Alright, Lancelot needs bond. Obviously, she doesn't need bond. Actually, we're going to swap that over to him. Since we still want to get higher bond for Ku. Who is else? I changed up my bond tune because I didn't want to overcap on AP. Alright, Saber. We obviously need Nero on our bond team. Where are you, Nero? There we go. Definitely doesn't need that. We'll stick that on her. Penthesilea doesn't actually need bond desperately. I think Archuria is at like 4 or 5 right now. She's almost at 5, so we're gonna run Archuria. He also needs a 50% gauge. That's annoying. We're gonna actually, because we're running a lot of gold servants, I think I'm actually gonna just give her Jeweled Sword of Selraj for this. Ryoma, there's no reason Ryoma needs bond. He's probably 5 already from the event, so we're not gonna give that to Ryoma. Uriel's probably decent. How's your bond looking, David? 5? That makes sense. You're pretty useful for killing bosses. Regular Ku is already bond something good. I expect Nizah is pretty high because we used her during the first Halloween event we had this year. We have Martha we could probably put down for bond points. But I think I'm going to go for casters, because I have a few casters we need to stock up on bond points with. Alright, well, I don't think there's anything that gives rewards at the 3-star CE level, because that's it's Imaginary Round. I think there's probably a 4-star that gives us something. Some meta reward. Master XP isn't really useful. Mystic Code XP is better. 50 isn't exactly a lot, though. I think the 50 is the best you can get with the 4-star ones, though. Alright. Alas, doesn't make a lot of sense to equip Nero with her CE. Even if it is very thematic, her travel CE does nothing for her mechanically. Oh. Good morning. Feels like it's been no time at all. Alright. Did we make a better team? Yep. Well, this is our bond team, so it doesn't really matter. Next challenger heralds from the Far East. It's Sasuke Kojiro. Okay, I like when they're using all caps to like pretend. I assume this is like an announcement or a yell. A mysterious fighter called Samurai. It's Sasuke Kojiro and friends. And friends isn't also yelled out. Kojiro. Yeah, come play at the Coliseum. What were you expecting? Frankenstein's at Bond 5, so are you just playing like all night? She told us to risk our lives as gladiators to entertain her. Great job, Nero. You're risking your own life. Well, I guess there's one upside to farming bones, right? Lots of bond points. Hey, we dragged Nero into our side. You're amazing, Samurai. Why is Samurai in all caps? Just a dude who can wave a stick. Samurai versus immortal soldiers. Super dies. Yeah, he gets wrecked so hard. Like the first scene you see of, you're expecting Sasuke to be like fighting, or you're to be fighting Sasuke, or at least just to see him, and then it's just like, oh, he's dead. Never mind. Then Midday gets wrecked just as quickly. Why is Samurai in all caps still? I don't understand. I don't know, I liked Sasuke in like all his appearances. But yeah, Cursed Arm is definitely way better as an assassin. He absolutely dummies people. If you have a BB, the one you get from CCC, she probably works the best alongside anyone who gives her a charge up. Like a waiver or yeah, that regular BB. So she needs the debuff immunity to use her ult, or NP, sorry. If she doesn't have NP access, she's a lot less effective. Alright. I'm just looking for an excuse to use Nero's NP right now. Alright, there's zombies. The zombies in this arc have poison. That's a thing. Can we get another attack up? We missed the attack up, goddamn. We'll live. What? Just for Nero, we need to have NP speed normal. As I haven't seen this NP in a long time. Yeah, in theory we won't kill her. In theory we don't kill the zombies. Yes. Yes. Debuff cleanse also helps. But you won't ever be able to extra if you just have debuff cleanse. Yeah. That works too. I don't have anyone who grants debuff immunity to other people, so I usually just bring the Atlas Mystic Code when I want to use Fran. More than once, at least. Brand synergizes with your Berserker. Unfortunately, like, Florence isn't amazing as an AoE farmer because she has a defensive NP. But such is life. Can't win everything. We're just here for the bond points. Give me them bond points. I don't know what we're fighting, but it's gonna be fun. Yeah, for now. Not a terrible choice for now, really. I have to think about who I actually want to stick with Nero myself, but Nero's like more of a last man standing than like a frontline servant anyway, so it doesn't actually matter too much who to pair with her unless you really want to use her for farming. Focus on inserting your blade and pulling your arm back, I guess. I mean, Washing Pole has some good length, right? That's like an absurdly long sword. Like, Washing Pole's like a few feet long, isn't it? Because he uses Washing Pole, which is like a 4-foot blade. It's longer than 1.5 meters. So it's like it's like 5 feet long, the blade itself. So it's like super long, holy shit. Like wait, how tall is he? If the blade is at least 150 centimeters? 1. His Nodachi is longer, 1.5 meters. At 1.5 meters, he's only 176 centimeters tall. The sword's almost as tall as he is. So if you're fighting zombies, it's not the worst weapon because you still have reach. You can still stab with the katana, but I mean, or with the Nodachi, but he'd probably just swing. With that kind of reach, he probably won't be hit by any slow zombies. Yep, it's a demon. We're still running our bond team though. Oh, it's a gladiator. Wait, what? It's a costume? Who's dressed up in the costume then? Of course not. She's on our team. Doing this quest with Nero on your team is really kind of silly. They're like, oh my god, the Roman Emperor Nero is crazy. She's putting you in so much danger, and I'm like, oh man, I'm putting her on the front line. I mean, Kojiro has to transcend Bushido anyway, because he's gotta reach that quantum finish with Musashi, right? Because if you recall from... Yeah, Frankenstein's interludes aren't, but if you recall from Mimosa, he's matched evenly with Void Musashi, and you have to decide who wins. Just by announcing it, a decision's made. Otherwise, nothing changes forever. They're just locked in combat endlessly. Alright. I mean, obviously, we knew what we were fighting going into this, so we can't whine too much about how mismatched our classes are for this. What are the odds we actually instant death the ghosts and just fight the demon sword? Probably not too bad. I need to, I think I'm probably gonna foe these guys after this quest. The fact that I haven't is kind of irritating. I usually foe all my gold servants the minute I can. I've just been lazy. Yeah, we got one death trigger. Good enough. I mean, this is just a bond farming team. We're not expecting to run into anything actually difficult, so... Yeah, Frankenstein's interludes are very interesting. She actually speaks in them for one. Which you don't really see outside of that. I think I should have swapped it. No. We wanted Nero on the front line for a reason. We're not doing that. I was thinking to myself, it'd probably be smart if I just put Nero on the back and left someone with charisma, but that's no fun. Like, wow, she can talk. She just chooses not to because it's so much effort. Isn't it awesome? I like the synergy we have that Lancelot has in his NP with his attacks. His NP only hits once, but the debuff is damage taken plus, which means his regular attacks do way more. Yes, that is exactly why she doesn't talk very often. I was using Nero. She was on the front line, Roman. What's there to complain about? She's putting her life at risk too. FGO master. Hi. What's your name anyway? Or I'll check if it's Shadow Buzz. I'll look at my friends list in a minute. Since I do have slots because they expanded the number by 10. I definitely didn't level up like 30 times on this account randomly. That's right, Samurai. This is a nice town because I can make money from martial arts. Awesome. Swallow 100 slashes. With classic merchandise. What are we gonna do, Romani? Changing so much history. Ah, yes, Foe, the perfect person to talk to for advice. Don't need it. What are you talking about? We live in we're in Antarctica. We don't have any fresh food. We're probably living off of rations for months. Should probably check the profile of Sasuke Kojiro now that it's been updated. First thing I'm doing is going over here and not forgetting these. Not that it hugely matters, but we can get the Hellfire Wisdoms now, which are 5-star XPs from this. Let's see. Did you? I don't think I see a new friend request. Unless you're Ryu. Alright, I'm gonna go foe up these guys. What do I have for foes in my inventory right now? The answer is not a lot. Alright. Gonna grab a bunch from my bank. Let's see. Some of these. There's no silvers before this. So many star foes. Where are all the non-star foes? Sun foes, there we go. We probably need 2 sets at least. Ah shit, our inventory's full. Well, could be worse, I guess. How much XP do we have sitting? Oh yeah, we have a decent amount of XP. Alright. We'll start with Nero Claudius. I don't think she deserves to just be stuck at level 80 while her caster farm is 90. I think we go in on a grail with her. Yeah, give me that grail. Give her that grail. She deserves it. 80 is not a dignified look for Ume. No comment when you get grailed? Alright, that's part of life, I guess. Okay, we're looking for saber foes. 2, 4, 5. I think that's all we get for now. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. What's your name in FGO, Shadow? I have space, so I can probably accept you. But I didn't see what it was. That would be a waste of QP. We may as well add XP. No saber class XP. Ah, we got a double success. Awesome. Alright, well Nero has a decent attack stat now. Oh, no worries. I didn't see your friend request. Either that or I don't know your name in Grand Order. Because if I just hop out of this for 1 second and go to friends, not only am I still at 20 friend requests, but I didn't see, I know I leave a lot of people lying around on my friends list. Or on my friend request list. I didn't actually see a Shadow? Oh, it's Undeads. Oh, there you are. Yeah, how am I supposed to guess that? Alright. What do you got, my man? Alright. Alright. It's a good it's a good start here. I'd say the first thing you need to do, though, you need to split your normal and event support list. You can flag one as normal, one as event, and then you can equip event CEs in the event one, and people can still use your normal list with no trouble. Or, you know, literally anything in the CE slot is better than nothing. Because there's, like, no reason not to. Even, like, the most basic 1-star CE would be better than an empty CE. I assume these are empty because they had event CEs in them at some point, and you haven't replaced them yet. Because you haven't split your list. But you should really split your list. Like, if I hop over here, it's actually pretty easy to split your, it. As you can see, I don't know, I could do like, you can like flag it here. You'll see, now I have 2 flagged as event, but this is the one I'd want to select. So the one that's like ringed selected is the one that works. So I have like this one flagged as normal, this one's Sega Sport, so when you like go into a normal quest, like a story quest or a free quest, you'll see this list, and then when you see anything event related, you'll see this list, which Obviously, this event CE list isn't exactly impressive because I like MLB'd some of the stuff out of it, but it's there. I don't know. I'll just stick some CEs in it for now. Why not? I don't think I have any extra CEs from that event. Yeah, we'll stick this in here. These are all terrible CEs for this. It should be like the Buster one here, but whatever. Literally anything would work. Yeah. The fact that you can split them up makes things a lot easier for other people. Because, I mean, when you're in a normal quest, you don't care about that bonus damage from the event or the event CE drop rates. What you care about is getting something useful out of the servants you're borrowing. And again, like, even when I didn't have like a ton of event CEs to load into these, you can always put something. Most of the extra CEs from events. Yeah, I throw a lot of them. The ones that I don't use, I throw into my second archive. Or duplicates. Like, I have a lot of craft essences sitting in my second archive. Hold up, no. I have a lot of duplicates sitting in my second archive. Most of these are from events. Or like extra copies of CEs that I don't plan on using until I MLB them, and they won't be MLB'd soon. In fact, I should probably do something similar for this right now, because this is getting crowded. This is filtered by level. It should be cost right now. Okay. We have space in our second archive, so I'm going to put anything that's more than a second duplicate in there. Since you very rarely want more than 2 of a kind of any CE. At least that's my experience. Some of these I definitely don't even want one of. That's an XP CE, so we don't need it. Let's see. These won't be leveled up for a while. Same with that. These were needed for an event, so I kept them here. Could probably MLB one of those, but it's not really worth it. Imaginary element I'll leave around. Already MLB'd one of those. Three-star stuff might actually get rolled in the future, so we'll leave these. There we go. Cleaned up some of my craft essence storage space. Or here. Yeah, I usually put duplicates into the second archive or uniques. Yeah. I mean, it's okay to have like empty slots in the event CE list because after the event you usually MLB'd it, and like since we don't have an event ongoing, there's no way for anyone to see that other than by looking at your support list directly. Like there's no way they'll get it when they look at the list of servants to pick. Because there's no ongoing event, but normally you'd want, during an event you always want something in there, right? Like since you haven't split it out. Oh, here we go. Now there's something in them. You still need to split these out though. Split this out. Hold up. Where is... I guess I can look for people with empty saber slots faster. Alright, I'm looking for my friend because I need to text him and roast him about... No, that's not him. Listen here, you little piece. Alright. Someone's getting texted. I'm sending someone a message right now. Alright. The first thing I'll do is just ask why his saber slot's still empty. My friend IRL said he was only putting... The only saber he'd ever put in his saber slot is Nero. And there's no Nero in his saber slot. So, yep. He's good. I'm either gonna yell, obviously the king. I already had a copy of the king, so I went the best emperor. Although, I need to get, I actually need a few more materials to finish making my guild 10-10-10. My caster one, that is. I've been trying desperately to get 5-star Gilgamesh, and it's not been working out. My 5-star Gilgamesh attempts have failed miserably. I think I've thrown like 1200 plus Saint Quartz at him. Anyway, I think we are trying to do... give me start by level. I'm just foeing up all my servants that aren't foed right now. As it's a little bit embarrassing to not... finally split. It's a good call. I don't actually know how much Nidorcus actually needs damage, but it feels awkward not having foed gold servants, so suppose it is. Two, 4, 5, 2, 4, 5. I probably have enough to gold to basic foe everyone anyway. What has your Umu caster done to you? Apart from being amazing. Two, 3, 4, 5. We can't use those copper ones. I hate splitting multiples. I never go with anything less than multiples of 50 here. I know, she uses her voice. Have you not read that? It's so cool. Just don't tell her that her singing kills people. Okay, we'll have to drag out some more foes. We had... Oh, I just haven't got... most of the servants I was using were already regularly foed, so I just wasn't... I, like, just got half of these servants leveled up. We're actually farming bond on them, doing interludes right now. Let's see, 50... Sure, need some sun foes. Like, I just finished I just started leveling and skilling up my servants from it. Everyone needs Padoru in their life. It's like, my mains, like, for example, my main saber, we'll just filter this. Like, I have, like, Okita, Altera, and Artoria as sabers, and I just obviously got Umu from this. We just leveled Lancelot, so he probably needs foes as well. Which is what we're gonna do next. I'm mostly just foeing servants I recently leveled and haven't actually used in any fights yet. Hello, Akai. We're foeing all these gold servants that I didn't have foed earlier. It's kind of awkward when you farm bond and you're just like, wait a minute, I'm hitting super low for my servant type. What's going on? And then you realize you're like down 1,000 attack. Yeah, who did you get? The other two fellows in chat picked Gilgamesh Caster because they have excellent taste. I already have a copy of Gilgamesh Caster. I was fortunate enough to receive the blessing of the king Alas, only one copy. I mean, I have my Nero right here. She even has a Grail. We're working on the bond points so we can get her third skill unlocked so we can level that up. I know I don't have enough materials to 10, 10, 10 right yet, but that will be the goal for the week. Alright, who else needs this? No. I like Cersei better than Anastasia, even if it's probably the wrong choice. How many foes do we have left? A lot. Let's see. 20, 30, 40. We can probably do this. Oh, are those different types? Shit, I hate when that happens. Yeah, they are different types. Okay, we're leaving that. 85 is kind of cursed. You're right. I'm gonna put her to 90. 85 is a weird number. I haven't grailed her a second time yet because we're spending all this. I actually grailed her in the middle of this foeing thing because I realized when I picked up a bunch of foes that I was out of inventory space, so I had to spend some stuff. Alright, star foes. Where are the sun foes? Here we go. Feels good getting to foe all these people though, not gonna lie. Okay, there we go, maxed out on that. Cersei is best burb and deserves all the foes. Alright, what annoys you about Ime? Yeah, she's amazing in Fate Extra, and she's also amazing in Extella, well, which is also extra. Anastasia maybe later. I haven't even actually fielded Anastasia, so I'm not gonna foe her yet. Who is missing from my foes list? All of you are good. I think you're good. Oh shit, I saw that. Lancer. Do we have any Lancer foes? Nope, apparently not. Why is her voice so damn high? You want to know why her voice is so damn high? Like, give me 1 second. I have to actually look at casters. How does the singing voice cause damage, you ask? Nero has yet to realize the cruel truth. She's literally killing people by singing at a loud pitch. Okay? The pipe organs convert her voice into attack and shoot out lasers. She's powered entirely by her voice. It's also like going back to, I believe that was the joke in Septim, where we had Nero Bride and Elizabeth. They both compete to be the best idol, but they're both atrocious and kill people with their voice. I mean, Liz already has her NP being her just singing into the mic to do AoE damage. And she does have a caster. She has like 4 versions, doesn't she? There's like Brave. There's Brave, there's Caster, and there's shit. I'm not counting Carmilla. Oh, she has Mecha. That's what I'm talking about. Mecha, yeah. Yeah, they're all event servants. Yeah, Mecha Liz. Mecha Liz is a version of Liz. Did I foe Carmilla? Nope. Okay, we actually used Carmilla, so that's dumb. We'll start out with that. Mechaliz is good civ. That's a terrible excuse. I mean, it is hard to foe everyone, right? It is hard to foe everyone. I mostly foe all my gold servants. I'm just behind on it because I haven't been fielding most of them. Like, these are all my alternative servants. The ones that you don't really need, but you use when you're like, what if the real DPS dies? Didn't I just receive a bunch of these from the box? Oh, we need the ones where foes looking up, my bad. There's 10 sun foes. We need more sun foes. There's more sun foes. The attack foes are always gone the fastest, because some servants, you don't actually care if they can do anything other than attack. What's a good example? Like a Rash. I don't actually care if a Rash has any health foes. He's just there to kill himself and be gone. Foe all of them anyway. It's just a matter of time. Like, you get a full set of foes every month at least, even if you're not doing events. You get them from the mana prisms. Okay, who else needs foes? That's gold. Let's see. Jerker probably needs foes. She's actually still 1/1/1. I haven't leveled any of her skills. But we're getting her there. Yeah, once you have, like, most of your servants, all the main servants you use foed, it's not super important to buy foes from the store. Like, I probably haven't done that for a bit either. I missed out on a couple months, I think. But that was mostly because I was saving up for 1, 2, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10. I was saving up for the Chaldea Tea Time as I wanted to buy it immediately. But, like, the Mystic Code one, I just barely made. I had like 20 days or so left to make the mana prisms for it. We need more attack foes. Attack foes that aren't gold. The gold foes are all sitting in my inventory, by the way, because they're all for Gilgamesh. I just don't have Archer Gilgamesh yet, so they get to sit around in my bank as long as humanly possible before I put them in my Second Archive. We're still waiting for him to show up. We'll get another attempt on him New Year's, I believe. Alright. Now I think I have every gold servant who's leveled except for Anastasia foed. I'm just gonna put the silver foes into her because she's gonna get foed eventually. But I haven't actually fielded her even once, so it's not gonna be for a while. He could be back for Thanksgiving? I don't have the quartz for another attempt on him. Okay. For Thanksgiving? That's like next week. That's like next week for Americans, right? Am I gonna have to open my wallet for Gil? No Enkidu yet, no. No. The dream was to get Gilgamesh on like New Year's, the start of this year, and then roll for Enkidu when he comes along next. So that they can have epic team ups, but that didn't happen. Because Best Clay requires quartz to roll, just like his heterosexual life partner, Gilgamesh, who hasn't showed up. Alright. Now that we've cleared those out, let's fix this blur character level. Look at this. 85. Where's 85? Get out of here. Alright. Yeah, Gilgamesh has so many banners. Yeah, he's super popular. They give him lots of banners. It's great. Saber XP. Yeah. Am I trying? I mean, I threw like. I have Caster Gilgamesh, and I've spent like more than 1,000 quartz. I've spent more than 1,000 quartz on just Gilgamesh, not including whatever tickets I threw when I had them. It'll happen eventually. Okay, I need to go to my bank and get a few more. We're a few XP shy. Maybe like 60-ish, 50, 60 shy. I think I've gone through most of the singles from the lottery, so we might be going into the stacks. Yeah, I don't see any singles from the lottery. So we're going into the oldest small stacks. Let's see, what do we got? Fires of Wisdom I'd prefer to use on someone who's... I think I'll use the 10 stacks from the event. Those are probably better. As I don't think we need more than 50, 60. There we go. Come on, Emma. We'll get you. We'll get you there. Oh, right. Filter to caster. Oh, yeah. There's never enough quartz. You can have bad luck. Since you're new here, I'll tell you exactly who I rolled during Gilfest. In fact, I'll show you because it's still there. You can see by the gold servants I rolled when I was rolling for Gilgamesh. All right. We fixed that bothersome level 85. Now, if I go and sort by acquisition, and I just reveal everyone. So, this is Gilfest. My 14th roll on the 14th of September. I rolled for Gilgamesh. As you can see, I feel like it was actually the caster rate up banner I was rolling on, and not Gilgamesh banner. Just a few casters. Gilgamesh was the Lancelot got NP 1 and 2. So did the caster of Midrash. No. He's NP 2. And so is Midrash, I believe. Or Queen of Sheba, yeah. I think everyone else is NP1. But yeah, that's what we got instead of Gilgamesh. Oh, and we went from literally 0 Mapo Tofus to, I think, 3 MLB'd Mapo Tofus. So I'm pretty sure Kirei Kotomine had a hand in ensuring I didn't get Gilgamesh. Who did I take as my ticket? Whoa. Who did I take as my ticket? That's yesterday. Literally like the first 5 minutes it was possible. Mapo tofu is tofu that's super spicy. I have no clue what it tastes like because I'm not usually a fan of tofu. Yeah, we got the Nero. We're working on getting her skills up, but oh, actually I jumped back to Nero for a second. Because you actually need to do a interlude. In fact, a couple of them to unlock her 3rd skill. So we're working on getting her bond up right now by doing other interludes because they're super efficient. That's fair. You're like in Europe. That's a... It was like 11 for me. That'd be like 5 in the morning for you when the ticket becomes available. Yeah. I stuck these at 7. I'm gonna spend everything to get everything 7, and then I'll see what I have left for materials, because I know I'm low on fangs for her. The good news is she doesn't require pages, so we can actually put Caster Nero to 10, 10, 10 shortly. Alright. Who do we have left to do interludes for? I like these half AP cost campaigns. It doesn't have like a... It has like a... Yeah. I mean, it's just not fair to have Umu at level 80 max when her caster form is at 90. She deserves those grails. I haven't actually grailed like anyone else. So, I have grails sitting around. 5 are reserved for Gilgamesh Archer. I don't know what I'm doing with the rest of them. I'm thinking a couple on Ku, because he's been my best Lancer for so long. Like, I already bond-tended Ku prototype. But flex with bad luck. How am I supposed to do that, though? How am I supposed to flex with bad luck? Do I just, like... Uriel is a good grail target. She does a lot of damage by herself. Frank is too many Lancers. I'm jealous of you, man. You know who I have for Gold Lancer? I have Nazah, and that's it. All single target. Well, I guess that means you have Enkidu, right? Hopefully. Either that or you have like a few of the limited ones like Tamamo Lancer, who's also a really good single target Lancer. Alright, I think we're gonna start with Caesar. Enkidu, Bryn, and Tamamo. Well, at least you're set for destroying divine and male enemies. I was just roasting this guy about not having anyone in his slot because he's waiting for the banner. Hold up. Oh, there we go. This guy literally just picked up the Claudius less than 5 minutes ago. Because he was like, I was just roasting him about, so he said he's never populating his Saber slot until Nero comes out. And I was just texting him saying, what the hell are you doing? Nero's available, you can get her in the ticket right now. And he's like, oh shit. He just logged on, just leveled her, and it's like that's all doing. He's actually relatively new, as I recall, in terms of gameplay, because I think he was spending all his XP on Gilgamesh, who he also picked up, just to troll me. He started playing during Gilfest, because I spent like 600 quartz and was whining to him that I hadn't gotten Gilgamesh again, and he just like walks over, rolls his first 10 pull after reinstalling the game, gets Gilgamesh instantly. Like, you dick. After all that effort. Alright, we need them bond points. Okay, yeah, we're fighting something. Is it not amazing for us? Yeah, probably. Alright. We're running this anyway. All these are my servants I want bond. Ku needs to get to 10. He's almost there. And of course, we need these ones because they're all under bond 5. Grailing to 90 is good. It puts you on par with like 5 stars. Usually a good call. Or if not on par, like pretty close. Like, yeah, Umu is less good than Archeria, but it's like you're past 10,000. You're doing all right. You only ever grail to 100 for very specific servants, or because you really like them? right? With like two levels per grail is insanely inefficient. Oh, 90 grails. Jesus, 90 grails. That'd be a lot. I don't think it's possible to have acquired 90 grails so far. Probably in the realm of like 50. Why Caesar? I don't know. Why Caesar? I'm just gonna say, I have a couple people who've been playing since the start, but I think most of them spent a lot of their grails on 5 stars. Machio tips. What do you even ban people for in Grand Order? Were they just like hacking for infinite quartz? Other than that, I don't think anyone would care, right? I achieved valor. Like, that's like there's no PvP in this game, so who cares if you're like one-shotting enemies? I do not think they ban people for account trading or selling. As you still have to legitimately acquire most of the things. I guess if you hack for mat, I guess maybe if you hack for mats to make it easier to make accounts to trade and sell, maybe? Because like I've been on several forums and it's not like trading accounts or selling accounts is like a faux pas. Like no one cares about it. Where like if you like asked about trading or selling your account for like World of Warcraft on like any forum, they'd tell you to fuck off because it's against the TOS and you'll get banned for it. Descendant of a goddess of love and beauty. Honestly, this man does not fit any ideal I've ever seen of for being... What ideal of beauty does Caesar encompass other than that of like someone who has more than enough to eat? Thanks for the follow, my man. The one guy who bought a... See, even you know about the guy who bought the Glaive Rogue. That guy got wrecked. It was so obvious that the guy had sold his account because he was like suddenly terrible one day. 5 Gorgons. 4/0. I can see doing that. I can respect the love for best snake. Is your Medusa also level 100? Or at least 90? I assume. I honestly wasn't a huge fan of Medusa till I read Hollow Ataraxia. I actually really like her. I liked her once I did that. Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah, Gorgon does a good job in Babylonia. I feel like in Unlimited Bladeworks and the Fate Root of Fates tonight, which are like the 2 ones that everyone's seen, Medusa is not exactly an appealing character, but they do a lot better with her in Heaven's Feel, which isn't out yet, so... Well, part 3 isn't out yet. But it's also really hard to acquire a copy of that if you're not out and looking for it, because it's not like on Netflix or Crunchyroll or anything. So a lot less fans of Medusa than there could be. Your beauty makes women fall into your hands at will. The only one who's falling into your hands is Cleopatra, and I'm not quite sure why she's all over you. Yeah, exactly. She dies pretty quick. Medusa in Heavensfield? You should probably reread it then if you don't remember her showing up. At least in the first two movies, she definitely shows up as a real character. You know, past the first one, she gets wrecked in. And then the second, I mean, the game's old enough, so I'm assuming everyone's read it or is okay with plot spoilers. And then she shows up with Sakura. And you hang out at your house with her in Heavensfield a bit. She saves your life a couple times. Like, she saves you from Zoken, I believe, in the first movie. The second one, she's still alive in. In fact, she's like the only servant who's still alive going into the third movie. And then in Hollow Ataraxia, she's hanging out at your house with, like, you know, Saber, Rin, and Sakura all the time. She has her own little library in her room. I forget which of your rooms she stole for that, but yeah, she has basically a library and just hangs out there all the time. Yeah, that was in the movie. That was like the biggest. So when I watched the first and second movie, I hadn't read Heavensfield. I still haven't read Heavensfield. I just know the plot, but we're getting there. But man, that was like the biggest. That was the biggest disappointment. It's like, all right, we're getting a cool fight. We got this awesome setup. Saber one-shots her, and you're like, all right, that was a thing. He said beauty, right? He said beauty. Yeah, I can respect your ability to scheme, Caesar, but I have trouble seeing past your body shape. Yeah, Shinji is a terrible master. And it's pretty easy to tell, because every scene Shinji shows up in, you basically hate him. Like, he doesn't have a single scene where you're like, oh, this guy's cool. They, like, intentionally make him as irritating and useless as possible. Oh, sorry. There is one scene he's slightly redeemed in. The scene where he gets murdered in, because you actually appreciate when he's dead. You're like, thank God this guy died in this scene. Yeah, he hides behind Gil when he fights Herc. He just hangs out in the room and laughs at how he's such a good master because Gilgamesh is overpowered. Gilgamesh is overpowered. Herc is trying to protect Ilya. He whines endlessly when Suichiro and Castor go after him when he tries to activate the Blood Fort in Unlimited Blade Works. I forget what... Oh yeah, he just runs away. He brags when he has Saber on the ropes and then runs away like a bitch in the Fate route. Which you spend like half of that route trying to fix his stupid Blood Fort problem too. Yeah, he has like Drake and Extra, right? Which is kind of weird because Drake is not exactly pathetic. I don't think they're like a great pair. It's his real servant's Drake, right? In Last Encore. True Archer Herc fights Fate Stay Night Gil. Aren't we getting True Archer Herc? Or no, we don't get True Archer Herc. We get a different version of Herc, right? In Fate. Crap, why can't I remember the name of this for some reason? Fake Strange Fake, right? We get a weird fusion of Archer Herc with Alter Ego, right? I haven't actually read the light novel, but we do get Alcides. Yeah. Alright, thanks, Caesar. I'll take command for you. Yes, yes, Saber. Why are you in the Saber class if you're not going to be on the front line? I only unsheath my sword when I'm next to a beauty. I assume that is a phrasing problem. Like, are we not doing phrasing, Caesar? Are we not doing phrasing? I only unsheath my sword when I'm next to a beauty. Phrasing. Phrasing, Caesar. Yeah, I mean, Shinji's not as bad in Last Encore, but Last Encore is also incredibly poorly written. I haven't read Extra yet. I'm waiting for the re-release. I'd really like... I've been wanting them to release the visual novels in English for real for a long time. That was one of the things keeping me off it. It's like, I want a legitimate copy of this game. Just release one already. Like, I used to play it when it was 98. I used to torrent a lot of games, but now that I can afford to like buy most of the games I want, I try to avoid doing it. Or at least give the company some money. Like Type Moon makes some really good games. Why would I not want them to succeed? They deserve my money, at least in some way. Yeah, they were... Yeah, I get what they were trying to do with Last Encore, where they were trying to, like, sort of follow up on Extra. But it doesn't really work out, especially if you haven't, say, translated your entire game into English, and you just release, like, the sequel. I mean, they are releasing Extra in English. It's just gonna be like another year or so, I imagine, because they announced the remake. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know you could get like jailbroken versions. I know there's a fans translated Fate Extra. I also didn't know there was a fan translated CCC. I thought we only had I thought only the Gilgamesh route of CCC was translated. Does it actually have the full translation of CCC? That's really cool if it does. I thought there was only a fan translation for Extra. Is this overkill? Absolutely. I wish we got BB's original NP too. But alas, you have to get Summer BB to see that one. It's Crush Crater, right? That's her original NP. I believe that's... Yeah, CCC is her original NP, right? Yeah, Cursed Cutting Crater is her original NP. Look, I'll just swap frames one sec. Main window capture. We're on the Type Moon wiki for BB. She has Cursed Cutting Crater as her Noble Phantasm under both of her masters. And they did like a reinterpretation for Summer BB. An attack on the world utilizing BB's control of the moon cell with the trap for artificial spiritron hackers. Blah 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 blah. A world purge via rewriting events. Space eroded becomes imaginary space. Give me an explanation of what it actually does. Let's see. It crushes the present world within the world desired by the user. In addition to scattering all objects inside on an atomic level and reconstructing them, it can write over and rewrite information of fields such as luck and coincidence. While theoretical, it also distorts the time axis by interfering with gravity fields through its laws of cause and effect. Let's see. When used in combat, beam of familiars, the shapeshifters engulf the target, and after turning into a sphere, is wiped out of existence along with the target and the dimension within it. The closest we have to this is Summer BP. In fact, she has the same NP, right? It's CCC. Like, if you look up... if you look up PB Summer, she has the same NP. I mean, it looks different than it does there. But it's still the curse cutting critter. I mean, there are things Anima Unleashed can't blow up. I believe it would be similar. Is it just another marble? It seems like a version of a real. It seems like a weird version of a reality marble, so maybe Unleashed could blow it up. Maybe. I don't know. I don't honestly know enough about BB to know whether Gilgamesh could A it away. Give me them bond points. Give me them bond points. Here we go. Ah, they do. See, I haven't played extra. I'm looking forward to the release so I can play it, and I'll definitely play it on stream, but haven't seen it yet. Kiara's. The Kiara simp thinks Kiara is fun to use in FGO. Of course he does. I like the design of Caesar's sword. I just wish he wasn't so fat, so damn fat. He's like absurdly fat for a saber. Like, how do you move so fast when you weigh like 500 pounds? All fat, no muscle. Even worse when he has like his final ascension and it's like his left arm is made of marble. Now see, that would be funny if he had like, if he was on like a palanquin and had like summoned servants, kind of like I'm thinking like assassin of the Nightless City, I believe. Wu Tan. Yeah, like Wu Tan or Darius, that would be funny. Like have summoned minions to do all your work for you. He can be a writer one day. We will see writers of several people soon. One day. One day we'll have Rider Nero. JP? I only remember his extra attack having summoned servants in JP. He has the one where he summons like a Roman... not a phalanx, whatever the heck that formation is. Yeah, he summons a bunch of Roman soldiers for one of his attacks. I believe it's his extra. He also does an absolutely stupid amount of damage in JP. I was borrowing someone's Caesar. He does like 250,000 damage with his NP. It's ridiculous. Like, he doesn't even need any crazy buffs. You just give him, like, his own charisma and tactics, and he'll pull 250,000 out of his ass. It's disgusting. Yeah, he only does that for his extra attack, unfortunately. Like, I mean, like, having him lazing around on a palanquin for his, like, character sprite. Yes, oh, the race has been called? I assume you're talking about the presidential race. Yeah. I saw that Biden won. I didn't actually check the news, because I'm in the middle of streaming, but I did see that someone said he won. I mean, he was basically winning yesterday anyway, right? Like, he needed, like, any 2 states to win, and if he got Pennsylvania, he just won automatically anyway. Yeah, like the only way Trump was winning was if, like, Trump got, like, every single state, I think. He needed, like, all but 1 state and couldn't possibly lose Pennsylvania or Georgia. He had to get Pennsylvania, Georgia, and a couple other states. I believe, oh, they called Pennsylvania, then he's just fucked, yeah. Yeah, that's right. Well, I can't say I'm feeling sorry for him, but I imagine he's frustrated. We're just stalling so we can use Nero's NP because she's new to me. Yeah, okay. So he got Pennsylvania before anything else mattered. All right, that's fair. So we're just waiting to see how far ahead Biden is at the end of the day. Is this a waste? Probably. Is it a complete waste to throw Erendite Overload at one guy? Yup. Are we doing it anyway? Yeah, because it looks hella cool. It's simple and it looks nice. And, oh, we hit 100,000. Damn. I believe previously we were only hitting like 80. So, those foes doing good work for us. 100k with no attack buffs is pretty I mean, he has his own arts up, right? It's still pretty good. Alright, Nero, give me attack. Yeah! I mean, as much as I hate rolling the dice for Imperial Privilege, it doesn't actually matter here, so it's fun just rolling. You're like, will we get it? Maybe. Maybe not. Like, we didn't used to use art combos for Nidokris. We could have just used her battery right away. I do like Nero's background music for her NP. The audio for Anpuneb's Jesser is not nearly as exciting. NP5 with Tom buff. We're a ways off of NP5 for Nero. That's a few tickets yet. Although, I believe during Valentine's Day, we do have Nero and Nero Bride on right up at the same time, right? I might get greedy and roll for that and get a couple extra Nero copies. Alas, I'm not sure what I'm gonna do about Tamamo. I don't have my own Tamamo yet. It should be. Yeah, she should be. The date might be wrong, but... Oh, for Lancelot? Oh, yeah. Lancelot, I might get MP5 soon. It's just a matter of pure luck. People who don't have MLB, look at this. They just want me to suffer. Have you ever clicked the non-MLB tea time and just been like, oh god, why am I getting no bond points? It's like when people have non-maxed out Scotty, like this guy. People without maxed out big 4 supports. But, I mean, it's almost not worth it taking non-MLB. Like, I get MLB is kind of hard to get because it's 5,000 mana prisms, but, I mean, you can farm out, like, 3,000 mana prisms in a month easy. Like, it's like putting up a waiver who's not 10-10-10. It's like, unless he's your absolute best caster, why would you not put them up when they're not maxed out? Because if you can get one of these, you can probably get all of these. Especially since we just had a lottery, and there will probably be another... Yeah, you can do that. Oh, this is available for 3 months. We can go check the store. I've already bought it out, but I believe it's all the 1,000 Mana Prism CEs should be available for 3. If you just sit there and throw all your AP into the 30 AP XP dailies. But that's what I did to make sure I got the one with Gordolf. I spent like about a week just farming the XP dailies at the 30 AP ones because you only care about getting silvers and golds. Like they're both the same to you if you're just burning them for mana prisms. All right, later, Caesar. He's fast. He's a servant. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how fat he is. That's why it's ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, 3-star embers are one mana prism, or a mana prism each. They're not like, they're pretty effective. You realize that you're getting like 8 or 9 for 30 AP. For 30 AP, you get like 288 AP a day. So you're doing like 8-ish runs. So like 8 times 8, you get like 64-ish. You get like minimum 64 a day. So it's pretty easy to turn out a couple thousand in a month. Yeah, and if you're burning 3-star CEs because you're rolling in the friend points gotcha, you're gonna get them even faster because 3-star CEs are worth like 3, right? I think there were 3 mana prisms? Yeah, that are servants, I can't remember. You don't desperately need to burn them though. Alright, it's the Caesar on Caesar mirror match. Danced in the cruelty of Rome and danced in the battlefield. As long as Rome exists, my dance continues. What's he escaping? CEs that are 4 and 5-star? I wouldn't necessarily burn 4 and 5-star CEs. I would consider using them as XP. Burning like extra servant copies and the 3-star XP is okay because the 3-star XP is worth so little XP, relatively speaking, that it's almost not worth using. Like if you have enough XP to level all your servants, it's not worth using. Obviously, on like a new account, you probably need every scrap of XP. But I wouldn't burn 5 and 4-star CEs that you don't need because you don't get that many mana prisms out of them. Mana prisms are easy enough to come by, and if you're like, it's way harder to come by XP for CEs. Like, how many level 100 CEs do you think people who've been playing since day one have? unless they wailed like crazy, they don't even they don't have like all the good 5-star CEs maxed out. Like XP for CEs is relatively hard to come by. Like obviously you can max out a few of them, but I don't have any maxed out CEs, so I'd want the experience more than I'd want the limited amounts of QP I'm getting. Okay, what do you think, Keku? Kekulon. Yeah, you limit break your CEs first, but rather than but you still want the XP, right? Yeah, some CEs you definitely just don't use. Like once you're done, all the ones once you've MLB'd all the CEs you ever want, I feel like you just want to use them for XP. Like I can see getting rid of CEs you don't want. I don't see burning them over using them as XP fodder. It's like obviously at some point you're gonna have too many of like imaginary element because you can only possibly use so many versions of that, and maybe you already have K-scopes that you don't even need them in the first place. But like, yeah. Oh yeah. I'm totally okay with using 5-star CEs as experience fodder. I'm just saying don't actually burn them in the shop because they're not worth much. They're not actually worth that much to burn. And like you aren't gonna, how many CEs are you actually going to put to level 100? Like you want the XP more than you want the QP. Unless you're desperate for QP or mana prisms in like the next 5 minutes, I wouldn't burn them. It's better to just use them as XP. Yeah. I mean, to each his own. If that's what you need, if like mana prisms is what you need, like go for it. It's just more efficient long term because there isn't like a functionally infinite source of XP. Like I have like all the servants I really need maxed out. I'm maxing out new servants because I want to use them, not because I actually need them. In terms of CEs though, I don't have my aerial drive maxed out. I don't have, my painting summer maxed out. So I need the XP. QP isn't so bad because you can just farm QP easy, right? Like you go do doors, or you do raids, or you do lotteries really hard, and you get tons of QP for a bit. Yeah, you literally need events to get the CE XP. And even then, an event doesn't give you enough CE XP to actually put a CE to a level 100. It's not like, say, foes, where every event gives you enough to max out silver foes on one servant. Alright. Caesar's Shadow is leading the United Empire Remnants. Yeah. The Fate Zero event gave you a good amount of XP. But still not, like... Yeah, at most 20 to 30. It's actually less than that if you're like level 80 on the CE. There's a few Cs that it's actually really good to level 100. Pure attack ones, like Black Grail, which Black Grail has higher than normal damage on its level up, so it's actually better because it goes to 2400 instead of 2000 at level 100. Kaleidoscope, obviously, for your 3-turn comps. And then anything else that's full attack, that's really good. Like specifically Aerial Drive and Golden Sumo are also really good to level 100. Golden Sumo being probably like your number 3 or 2 pick, because it goes on literally every servant in the game that does damage. Like, there's only so many ways in this game you can optimize servants. You can optimize composition. You can max their skills. You can level up your CE. And you can give them golden foes and grails. Those are your only options for enhancing your servants. And of them, the only ones that are always guaranteed to be useful are your foes and your CE levels. Well, and your grails, of course. Composition is not necessarily something you have control over if you're, say, restricted on your support list. Or don't have a servant, because you can't actually do anything about that, right? If, say, that guy stopped playing, or you don't have someone on your friends list, or they took them off their roster. Or you're just restricted because it's a Musashi mandated quest. Right? Like, you can almost guarantee you'll get a servant you're looking for to support someone. But, you know, even if you have 3,000 Saint Quartz, it's still possible to fail to roll a Merlin or whatever if you're trying to get them. I'd say leveling a CE is one of the things you have control over. As you know, it's inevitably going to get to 100, it'll just take a while. And like, obviously, leveling to 80, 90, 100, whatever you're trying to get is fairly easy for anyone who's playing all the time. Should I just delete this wave? Yeah, whatever. I'd like them to do another run of... I know in JP they do it, but I'd like them to do another Carp equivalent run at some point. So that I can use Instinct and stuff to actually get 50 stars turn 1. Because I don't have Poster Girl, so... It is somewhat difficult to... Without Poster Girl, it's somewhat difficult to just kill off your Mozart once he's done his 50 star bomb. As at that point, he actually has decent amounts of health. Alright, let's... We'll finish skilling up Nidokris soonish. Nice! 90 Saint Quartz in one ticket? That's totally worth it. Ew. Well, that's why we need to level up Nidokris' skills. Oh well. Okay, he kills 2 of them. I don't think Nidokris kills that guy. Oh. Yeah, we get no ticket. Sitna is fun. I like using her in the event. It was... You know, actually, going into the Oniland event, I was not a huge fan of Sitna. I was like, oh, it's another Ilia servant. I mean, Ilia's alright, but would I want to roll for her? Not really. But I actually really like Sitna in the Oniland event. Completely turned me around on the servant. I went from not wanting a copy to being like, shit, how do I get myself a copy of this? I can't fit, like, what year can I actually fit in the Saint Quartz to get a copy of Sitna? Unfortunately, still trying to come up with when I can get a copy of Sitna, but... Thank you for punching Nero in the face so she could NP this turn. Alright. Come on, Privilege. We're having some really good Imperial Privilege luck today. We should not be getting, like, 100% of the buffs all the time. Now, if only we had a way to give her arts up, like, Tomo on this team, or Pastor Gilgamesh. Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have any Unfortunately, we don't have any NP gain rate up or arts up on her right now. Who is my SR pick? I'm using my SR pick. She's in the middle right now. We're getting bond points for her. Because she can't unlock her third skill without doing like three interludes. It's also why we're fighting a Saber and Berserkers with Sabers and Caster. We are well aware this is incredibly inefficient. Kinda just want to run. I'm not regretting Nero yet. I already put her to level 90. It's just not fair to have Caster Nero and regular Nero at different levels. They both deserve level 90 at least. What is that second effect? Oh, right. Cleanse debuffs. Yeah, that will very rarely happen. Alright. I mean, Nero is the first. Much like the SSR ticket, there's only one good choice for the SR ticket, and the answer is Nero. Even if you already have Nero, I would recommend picking Nero a second time over everyone else. Oh, thanks for the follow, Yvain. Been nice hanging out with you. And the human Pokedex, because he saw my... Clearly because he just saw what happens when you click follow, he knows he has to click it. Well, someone's randomly going to die. But it's not going to be Nero. We could have brought an actual team for this and been super safe. Oh well. What the heck? He didn't even actually NP? He did his extra? Oh well. All of my art CEs are already being reserved by other servants, so unfortunately Archuria is just sitting on, I think, like... Oh, that makes sense. It's still weird, but alright. I didn't know Shadows in general couldn't NP. They usually die before they have the chance. It's just because we're running this awkward bond team that it's actually happening. Like, I'm sure you can see, this is not a team for killing this is not a team for killing Sabers. We're just trying to get all the bond we possibly can right now. As these are surprisingly effective at getting bond. The interludes. For how much AP they cost. I mean, if we really wanted to kill the Berserkers, we could run Hokusai. Hokusai would melt through these teams. And having the defense down on her attack is basically like super charisma. You get like an arts combo. Like, oh yeah, just take like 60% extra damage. Did I roll for Abigail or Kate? I haven't really rolled for either of them. I'm thinking I might throw some tickets at Abigail because I don't have a single target foreigner. Like, Hokusai is really good for challenge quests where you're fighting lots of servants. Lots of different servants. But she's not actually amazing at fighting Berserkers. Like, for example, during the anniversary, I wanted to see if Hokusai could do the Megalos quest. And she actually has a really hard time of it because she doesn't have the single target damage she needs to cut through Megalos. Whereas Abigail is like an easy win for that fight. You just take Abigail and like single target riders. Or single target assassins to take down what's his face? Asshole with the flail, Columbus. This Chaldea. What, is there another Chaldea? Yeah, so I probably tomorrow or I think it's Monday that Caster Vokianos is on right up beside Abigail. I think that's what I'm probably going to throw a few tickets at her. I'm currently saving my Saint Courts for later, as neither of these servants are super high priority for me. As much as I like Ku Altar. But that, if you haven't seen it, that like statue they made of him, I think that thing looks hella cool. One that's like $400 or whatever. God damn. Abigail cost you 1 ticket. Listen, listen here, you motherfucker. I'm jealous. I'm jealous of that 1 ticket pull, but congratulations, man. That's awesome. Yeah. 1 ticket. Get her. Roll for Q. I got level 1 done, so that's not bad. Is Huan Di the new Berserker that's coming out with the Lost Belt 3? Is that his name? The horse guy. I don't actually know who Huan Di is. Alright, what's Caesar's new profile piece? The wish he has for the Holy Grail is to reunite with Cleopatra and recognize her and their son Caesarion as his. Wait, really? Damn. Oh, Shi Huangdi. Okay. Yeah, the weird like Chinese emperor guy. Okay. I can never remember what his name is. But yeah, okay, I get you. The horse guy isn't gonna like your new foreigner. Yeah, he's gonna get wrecked. Yeah, Abby wrecks bosses, man. Yeah, most people call him QSH because they don't know how to spell him, though. Like, if he had typed QSH, I would have been like, oh yeah, that guy. But I don't actually know the guy's name. It's like Qin Shi Huang or something like that, right? I did not know Caesar's wish was to just reunite with Cleopatra. Now I kind of feel like I should roll for Cleopatra. Not on this account, because I'm probably not going to level Caesar or use Caesar much, but on my 3-star account, I should probably do that. Now I'm feeling more sympathetic for Caesar. Alright. That's a simple wish. I thought Cleopatra was general pool. Like, I mean, I can check that right now. Oh, you're right. It's only Jack and Osaka. Yeah, she's only bummer. Oh, that's gonna be a while. Yeah, you're totally right, Pokedex. That is a disgusting NP buff. I've used him on JP a couple times. The fact that he can pull 250,000 damage out of his NP with no external buffs is absolutely disgusting. Like, you're like, oh, hey. Oh, hey, a Lancer. 250,000 damage. Okay. What happens when you pull out Scotty? Yeah, it's insane. You're like, alright, oh, now we'll double Scotty him. Because his thing is attack buffs, and then you can, like, I don't know, staple someone else who gives him double charisma. Like, he's not evil, so Mabe gives double charisma. Mabe or Caster Nero for, like, ridiculous extra attack ups as well. I can't think of anyone off the top of my head who gives 20% NP and 20% attack. Because Pioneer of the Stars is like 1919, I think? Which might be better. Wu Tan? I thought she was only like 20% charisma. Hold up. Who has like the best synergy with Caesar? I thought Wu Tan was only... When I can spell Wu Tan. Where is Wu Tan? There we go. I thought she was just quick though. Oh, that's 2020. That's yeah, that's probably better. I was thinking, who has Pioneer of the Stars? Napoleon? No, it's only NP damage. He can do 2020. He can also do 2020 for attack, for all allies, and NP strength. Because I think you want an NP multiplier more than you want quick if you're doing like Scotty, because then you're at 100%. So NP damage would be what you're looking for. What about Bartholomew? I think Bartholomew Roberts has it. Voyager of the Storm. Yeah, it's only 1717. This doesn't apply to other people. That's not high enough. I think, who am I thinking? Francis Drake is also not that high. Francis Drake might be 2020. Yeah. It's only 1717 on these, so it's not high enough. At least I think. I'd have to do them. You'd have to do the math to figure out if 17% NP damage is better than 20% quick. 20% quick if you're already at 100%. I think the NP damage might pull ahead, but it'd be close. And that's simply because you're multiplying by 1.17 instead of multiplying by, oh, I guess we could do that right here, right? We could just do calculator. Be like, what? Assassin of Nightless is like the closest. Oh, actually, Assassin of Nightless has defense down, so she's probably better anyway. Because even if you don't include the quick, she can just defense down someone for 30%. There, 30%, 20%. I think this would give her the edge. This is a better, or sorry, not Charger Tech. She'd debuff one guy and kill like the... This would be on like the guy with the most health. That would probably give you the most damage. But like, it's like 120. I don't actually remember Caesar's multiplier, so I'm not going to do this right now. But I think you'd probably have the edge just from the defense down. On one person at least. Yes, Scotty also has defense down. But it's still another way to deal damage. Scotty has AoE defense down too. Yeah. I'm spending my tickets as they go above 20, but we're still not aiming on spending on those guys. Alright. How do we still have AP? Probably because we haven't spent that much. I'm just gonna check my team because I wasn't paying attention. I'm pretty sure we still need Nero to get a few thousand more. Oh, I moved Nero. That was her old place. 2,300 bond points to get to bond 2. Guess we're sitting in the interludes for a while. Danzo's kit is hella... Danzo's the one who has like 2 targeted evades, right? She has like a super awkward kit. You're like, well, it's a defensive kit, but it's not good at doing much else. Oh, I thought Cleopatra was a general plus over. That's so weird. So she's gonna be hella hard to reunite with Caesar. Yeah, targeted evade, targeted invuln. Oh, thanks for the follow, High Spade. Yeah, like having 2 of your skills just be targeted defensive abilities is hella awkward when you realize like David and Merlin both exist. And like later on Castor Artoria exists. It's like all of them have... I mean, it's a cute robot waifu who's learning to become more human. Hard to compete with that. That's fair. Okay, we're fighting a rider. Looks like we'll run this wonderful composition into riders. The need for bond points outweighs any sane compositions. Level 100 MHX. MHXX or MHX? MHX is the one that's just the assassin, right? M-S-E-R. Okay. I was thinking, because you were talking about Robo Waifus, that you would have had the level 100 MHXX because she's like a mecha. She's like in a mecha suit. So when you said MHX, I was like, did he mean MHXX and forgot an X? Is that? You're Kiyohime. Honestly, okay, no dice on MHXX, too bad. I think she's on rate up. Is she? She's one of the 4 stars that's going to be on rate up in JP on this banner, I think, right? Is this the foreigner banner? Do I know where I am? No, I don't, but I'm uncomfortable with you, Kiyohime. If you haven't read her bio... Yeah. If you haven't read Kiyohime's bio, she's 12. It's like, I was a little bit weirded out by the lolly crushing on me all the time when I first met her, and then I got used to it. And then I read her bio and wait, she's actually 12. She's not just like a demon or something. But I picked Nero because I have excellent taste. And Nero is the only real choice. This unfortunate soul misclicked and selected Tomomo Cat by accident. I don't know how he managed to scroll through like 3/4 of the list and click a confirmation button, as well as somewhere specific on the screen, but he managed it. An AoE saber. An AoE saber. Well, obviously Nero, but others. There are in fact better AoE sabers. Depends on what you're looking for. The best AoE saber would, if you are just wanting someone to like once and gone, is probably Saber Alter right now. She has a higher than normal damage multiplier on her Buster NP. However, she is it's harder to find single target sabers. However, Saber Alter is basically like Saber Lily and has like a pretty mediocre kit outside of the I'm going to NP once and do my thing. Gawain has a similar issue where he's also just a press NP and then be done. Yeah, Saber Alter has a ridiculous attack and a higher than average damage multiplier, so she's probably the best AoE saber for like 3-turn farming. Outside of that, Suzuka is more like a crit AoE saber. So she's decent if you need to actually follow up in like the next couple turns because you can't 3-turn something. Or you just need to do crits because like maybe you're fighting a mixed boss node or something weird like that. And then of course there's Nero, who is straight up just the best servant in the 4-star pick list. Not because of mechanics, but because she's Nero. He's actually like, Nero's actually more like a last stand servant like Ku or Herc. Even though she's in the Saber class, because her 3rd skill gives her 3 stacks of guts. So you basically get Castle in the Snow as an ability. Which means she's ridiculously hard to kill. In 1 turn at least. Emiya's buff on JP is gross, man. His like 2nd buff to projection, the one that makes it so that his NP is arts, is disgusting. It gives him like an instant NP loop if he hits 3 targets and has any overkill. Like sure, he can only use his NP as arts once. Yeah, it's like how do we make this how do we make Buster NPs better? Oh, I know, turn them into arts NPs. Like, yeah, looping's all the rage, but Buster NPs can't generate NP or stars. How do we fix this? Turn them into arts NPs. No core mechanics changes. Yeah, sorry, Kiyohime. There's not going to be any romance here. You're not even legal in Japan. Yeah, Emiya's a good AoE archer. Like, his ability to give himself his own mana burst, and even without the arts NP buff, he can still, if he doesn't kill anything, he can still generate a ton of arts and like get like 40-50% of the way to a new NP. But the fact that he can also make it rain stars with his Buster NP is super handy because he does a shit ton of crit damage with Hawkeye. Like, he's got all the pieces he needs except for a battery. Well, the good news is Caster Artoria isn't out yet, and neither is Emiya's projection buff, which comes after Caster Artoria, so there's no rush if you're trying to max out Emiya potential. You can just wait for Caster Artoria. It's not like Emiya's a bad servant without the buff though. Like, you can still use them perfectly well. Yeah. Like, he still has a mana burst on his NP, which is upgraded. He's still hitting really hard for a 4-star. Awesome job, Lancelot. I really like running Lancelot, even though he's not like... This isn't like the best comp for him. He's a really comfortable servant to just run. He's like so self-sufficient. Like, he's got the star generation, he's got a battery, and then he's got like his own crit up and his own star absorb. Like, that's everything you want except for an evade on a servant. Cool. Oh yeah, he also mana bursts himself on his on the turn he goes off. I think we'll just do this. Oh, I forgot that was C-star drop rate up, male. Alright. I mean, Nero and Lancelot are both very different roles. Are both carry out very different roles. Like, Lancelot's a single target servant who generates crit stars and spends them like a boss. Nero's a last stand AoE servant. Also, whoever recorded that circular sound is my hero. I love the cutting sound. Like, Lancelot is someone you'd put on the front line. I wouldn't actually put Nero on the front line in most of my comps unless they were 3-turn comps. Because she doesn't actually have a reliable damage steroid. And actually, that's about it. She has no reliable damage steroid or battery, so she's not amazing on the front line. She has no hard defense other than Guts, which Guts is like best used if you're the last person standing, so I wouldn't use that either. We can use Nero's NP, but since we have... I mean, I'm just gonna go for an Arts Loop. She wrestles lion. That's true. That lion she wrestled with her bare hands, the one on her shoulder, and in her NP. Or in her art. Because Nero is awesome. I believe we didn't. Oh no, we gave her Jeweled Sword, right? Yeah, okay. So if she had Dive to, or not Dive to Blue, Painting Summer instead of Jeweled Sword of Zelrich, she would have been at 100% NP, by the way. Perfectly self-sufficient looper. Absolutely disgusting. Yeah, her and her. I mean, that was why she fought the lion, right? Like, if you weren't aware, Nero wanted to be like Heracles and wrestle the lion to death with her bare hands, because that's something he did. Because her hero is Hercules. I don't know if that's in her dialogue here, but I know that for a fact, that she wanted, the whole reason she wanted to wrestle, I know it's mentioned in Extella, the reason she wants to wrestle a lion. She's like, oh yeah, one of the things I want to do when we achieve peace in the moon cell, I want to wrestle a fucking lion so I can be like my hero Heracles. And you're like, you go Nero, you do that. And that's in the first arc, so you die horribly. But anyway, you die horribly and break her heart, it's awful. But that's how Extella goes. Yeah, if you haven't played Extella, that was a good game. And that one's actually in English, so you can just go buy a copy on Steam. The gameplay is like, it's okay. It's not the best Dynasty Warriors clone I've ever played, but the story is on point. She is a fangirl of Herc. That would be cool to meet story-wise. I'm sure they've met in Chaldea somewhere. The game thinks I'm ever going to pick someone who isn't giving me bond points. That's cute. What do we got going on? Caster. Well, my comp's not changing. Although, I kind of want to give Painting Summer to Archeria, just because she's probably more reliant on the arts gain for looping, and it would be more efficient, whereas Nero just, well, it's probably going to use her NP at most once. Yeah, if you're... How did we get on this? Right, we got on this because someone's asking what AoE Saber to pick. Saber Alter is probably the best choice if you don't have Saber Lily for some reason. Saber Alter is also story locked, so it's not like you can just accidentally get spooked by her. Your other best choice if you're looking at story lock stuff is Nero, but again, like we said, Saber Alter does more damage on NP. And if you're looking for an AoE Saber, you're probably just looking for NP damage. It's not happening. I'm not yelling at Kyofume. I'm not the type that would slit her wrists at the slightest reproach. Listen. My chat room friend Tamamo. Oh no, don't take advice from Tamamo. Don't do it, man. My gacha luck is also very weird. Like, I roll for a 4-star and get the 5-star first. And I just can't get the 4-star when I throw quartz at him. Or I just don't get the 5-star when I roll for the 5-star. The only person I've actually got on rep I was looking for was Waver. Who actually got a reasonable... Waver and Caster Nero. Every time I hear that, I still get bothered by my apocrypha rolls. I spent all the quartz and tickets I had. When I ran out of 10 pulls, I was doing singles. And on literally the last single, on the day Mordred was on raid up, I get rainbows. And I'm like, okay, we're getting a 5-star at least. It turns around, it's a gold saber. And it's like, Mordred's on raid up. This is literally the last roll. I'm finally getting Mordred. And of course, who shows up but Chi-Chi. Yep, that's right, father shows up. And that's the story of how I got Artoria Saber. The last roll I could possibly make on the Mordred Apocrypha banner. The last of my quartz after all my tickets were expended. I see those beautiful rainbows, and it's freaking Artoria. Oh my god, I was so pissed. No Patricide Chan, only Artoria. Love for someone who liked you a little is too heavy. Too much is... That is too little. I'm sorry you missed out on Q-Alter. He doesn't have a good rate up for a while either, right? His next rate up is split, I think. That's okay, Kiyome. You're only 12. You'll get there one day. Or like everyone else in the world, suffer through not understanding the hearts of and minds of others. Wait, repeat that? Trust her on matters between men and women. She can give me the perfect answer because of what she's been through. I don't know about that, Tomo. I don't know about that. Yeah, somehow I can't trust Tomo. She's a little bit obsessive? We'll go with that. Yeah, she is the type that turns to mush the minute a handsome man gazes at her seriously. That's exactly like Tomo. You have her pegged. Or she like discards everything else. Like, if you haven't played Extella, if you do the Tamamo route, Like, Nero comes up to you and is like, hey, we need to save the world from dying. And Tomo's just like, but I have my husbando, so I don't care about you at all. Jesus, Thesty, that's a cursed image. Alright. An even edgier coup. I don't think Berserker coup would be edgier than Dino coup. Ereshkigal on Raid Up soon? Ereshkigal's on Raid Up in like a month, isn't she? She's on Raid Up with like Enkidu, I think? Ereshkigal is a good servant, both mechanically and as a waifu. Rin faces are all good choices. Yep. It's like a 50% battery with a mana burst, even if her attack stat's low, is pretty fucking good for an AoE Lancer. Especially considering the upcoming lottery, the Samba event, is right after that, and that is where you need your farming Lancers. Right? The Quetzalcoatl Christmas event is like loaded with archers. Yeah. Sakabihime probably just gonna hide in her room all the time. Keep talking though, Kiyome. You seem to have some unique insights. I also wasn't aware that Kiyohime hangs out with Osaka Bihime and Tomo a lot. That's kind of cool. Yeah, Valkyrie's gonna be your hero, man. Where do you wash first in the shower? Alright, that's a lot of questions, Kiyohime. Can we at least get one of these done first? Who knows their lung capacity off the top of their head? Are you serious? I also don't know my I mean, I could comment on my eyesight. We'll answer all of them at the same time. And that is, holy shit, Kiyohime, shut up. Oh. Are there any temples you've acquainted with? What? You've acquainted with? Are any temples you're acquainted with? Okay. What would you do if I told you about temples? What is Kiyohime? I don't understand. Well, I can't object to you picking up Ereshkigal. She's one of my favorite Lancers. Well, there's a lot of cool Lancers, but she's one of my favorite. She's super adorable in Babylonia. We need more events with Ereshkigal. We haven't had enough. I don't understand the temple reference. Is it for like where to get married? I assume that's what Kiyohime is saying. Will we get a Karna altar? Karna altar would be cool. We probably won't have a Karna altar in the same way we have an Arjuna altar, but we might have a Karna altar one day if they focus on Karna again at some point. Thing is, they spent like an entire Lost Belt getting us to have Arjuna altar. And I don't think they're gonna have another story focused on Karna and Arjuna for a while, where Karna turns out to become the like main villain. So it's gonna be a while before they do that. Maybe we'll get an event, but there's nothing out yet. Oh, nice. That sounds like a really good roll for the GSSR, damn. I rolled on the extra banner for the GSSR, and I mean, I got an NP4 Salieri out of it, so I'm not complaining. As that's like my only Avenger right now. Like, if you don't have Salieri, the extra banner was clearly the best choice, because you'd get the only 3-star servants you could get on the extra banner was Salieri, so you just always get it. There's the GSSR or the GSSR was only like beginning of summer, the last one. You'd probably remember it because there was like 30 banners available in the summoning thing. Yeah, you've been around for one, GSSR. It's the banner you have to spend real money on. You can't spend free Saint Quartz. The next one is there a Thanksgiving GSR or is it just New Year's? That's the next one. Yeah, I think that I know there's one in New Year's. The last one we had was beginning of summer. It's like 15 paid Saint. The last one was I think 15 paid Saint Quartz to be able to roll on it, but it guarantees you get a 5-star from the list. So in January they're having another GSSR that will be. Seriously, there's only 2 nodes and the first one's whatever. All right. So in January it'll be like 15 paid Saint Quartz. And you'll get to roll against every single limited servant. Unfortunately, it's not the best, not the easiest to acquire someone you're looking for when you're rolling against every limited servant. But hey, it's 15 paid Saint Quartz. We are definitely getting a 5-star, which is probably the most efficient you could possibly get in this game. Is like, unless you're expecting to roll a servant off of a 5-star off of a single ticket, 15 for a 5-star is pretty fucking good. Scotty, Lancelot, and Ozymandias? That's a pretty... Was that Berserker lot or regular Lancelot? Because some people actually call Lancelot Berserker Lancelot. I've had people do that before. It's hella confusing. Saber. Bummer. I was gonna say, if you got Scotty and Berserker lot on like the same roll or the same banner, that would have been disgusting. Overload! There are plenty of competent options here, but the only real option is to just Brave Chain with Saber, because Umu is the best. Let's go. Unfortunately, no more Brave. No double Brave Chain. I mean, you should realistically always roll for your favorite servants. Or at least pick your favorite servants from the SR ticket. Like, this game isn't hard enough that you like desperately need Berserker a lot because you have Scotty. Like, you're gonna get by without it. And like, if you're like, especially if you're like really driven by characters in this game, which given that Fate is really all about its characters, I would hope you're at least somewhat driven by. You should be picking your favorite servants first. And then once you run out of favorite servants to pick, then you can pick gameplay servants. Not sure it's fine. People forget silly things like that all the time. Especially if it wasn't someone you were like amazed at. You'd just be like, oh yeah, that's who I got in the GSSR. Like, I remember who I got. And that's because they both kind of impressed me more than I was expecting them to. As I got Hijikata at the beginning of this year, and I got Hokusai for the extra banner. Both of them are exceptional. I don't know. Would you have rolled on the Berserker banner earlier this year? I wish Kiyohime wasn't 12. She actually has like, I actually like her character design. Her outfit's nice, her hair's cool. A bad thing. Now that I've completed the story, I have to. Oh. Feels nice to be caught up. Now that you completed the story, you have to buy quartz? Do you really have to buy quartz? I mean, you can definitely get through the game without beating it, as you just demonstrated. So you're really just buying quartz for your favorite waifu. Which is definitely something you can do. I guarantee it. I mean, I don't think this is the worst game to spend money on. At the very least, GSSR is a pretty good deal. And these guys, like, the Lightworks actually puts out some really good content in terms of story. And they very consistently put out new content in form of events and other patches, new servants, stuff like that. What makes you buy quartz now that you've finished the story, Spade? Yeah, like, this is a solid game. The writing in this game, past, like, I don't know, definitely not past Septum, past, starting maybe at London, I'd say, it starts to get really good. And at that point, like, if you've played that long, it's almost worth spending money on, even though it's a free game, because, yeah, London Forward is probably, I mean, London has some questionable pieces, but it also has some really good, stuff, like, you know, Fran and Mordred is fun, Hans is fun, even, like, the Babbage stuff is kind of cool. There's, like, some weird stuff near the end, like the Tesla stuff is kind of wonky in terms of writing. Especially when Kintoki shows up, that stuff I'm kind of like not the biggest fan of, but overall the writing's improving like visibly once you get to London. Then once you do then it's like kind of mixed in ePlayer, and then obviously in Camelot you have like god tier writing going forward. So I think at the very least, like when I got to Camelot personally, I realized I was actually enjoying the writing of the game. Well, I mean, Fortnite's just cosmetics, in theory, but I can understand the pressure to spend money in games like that. Like, the whole game is designed to pressure you into buying skins, right? You can show off your personality. Like, no matter what people say about games that just have cosmetic DLC, if they're multiplayer at all, or they continuously flex their skin stuff, they're definitely pressuring you into buying them, right? That said, if you're enjoying it, like, why not? If you're enjoying the game you're playing and buying the skin makes you enjoy it more, why not? As long as it's like a decent game in the first place. Like, if you're not enjoying the game without buying skins, or you're not enjoying Grand Order without buying like your favorite servant, I don't know if it's a great buy. But yeah, I would say try not to regret things if you made the. I personally try not to regret things I've did, as long as when I made that choice, I was like, I believed it was the right choice. So just try to move forward, right? Like, was it a great spend? Maybe not in hindsight. Was that $300 on Fortnite a great spend? Maybe not in hindsight if you dropped it, the game, right? Yeah, see that? You knew what you were doing there. Definitely one of those. I can see regretting that because you're not liking it and you just want to, yeah. But did you think if you thought it was a good buy when you bought it, then I wouldn't look back on it with any regret. Yeah, see, that's one of the ways like Fortnite gets you, right? Same thing with like most free-to-play games. Is you're like, you want to fit in with your friends, and if they're buying, you're gonna want to buy. Just like, even if the game costs money. Like, I remember when I was in school, you know, my friends would buy into a game, and even though I wasn't interested in the game, I'd still buy the game so I'd have friends to play with. Nowadays, I don't give a shit anymore because I realized I was wasting money. But I mean, even if the game wasn't that fun, sometimes it's just fun to play with friends, right? Like, that doesn't make the game good, but if you're having fun playing with your friends, you know, sometimes it makes it worth it. Like, I've seen some shitty movies with friends, and, you know, the movie is shit, but at least your friends are there, right? You can have fun poking fun at it, or someone will enjoy it. Thanks for the protection, Kiyohime. I'm not sure about you actually protecting me in this game, because mechanically berserkers die really fast. Yeah, Suicide Squad. Suicide Squad. Hey, it's a fun movie to roast. It's just not something you want to spend any actual money on. Hey, what is with all of these interludes? You just fight a generic mirror of yourself in like the second or third fight. I know it's supposed to represent your like doubts or whatever, but after like the third time we've seen this, it's not an interesting story. I get that most of these interludes are really early on, as these are like Orleans interludes and Septim interludes, but they're really, really samey. See, that makes more sense. Or like even Fran's interlude, where she's like chasing after her creator, has to fight like an upgraded version of herself. That one makes sense, but this is like the third interlude in a row we've done where we literally just fought evil version of the servant whose interlude it is. This one is clearly like her doubt and self-deprecation. Alright. Her negative image of herself. Same as Caesar's. In fact, this one is just like even more negative. Yeah, a lot of the Rome servants fight Romulus. That would have been cool. I don't mind going to the movies. I like I kind of like the experience once in a while. Although, since I got glasses, I don't like them as much as having, especially because, like, these days, when you go to the theater, like, 90% of movies are in 3D. So you need to wear, like, a pair of 3D glasses on top of your regular glasses to be able to see things clearly. And wearing two pairs of glasses is kind of awkward. I mean, like, once in a while, movies are alright to watch in theaters. At the very least, I would have liked to watch Heaven's Feel 3 in theaters simply to support it. Because, like, how often do you have the opportunity to actually directly buy something anime related for a movie or TV series that isn't like $300? Like, on Aniplex, I believe the DVD box set on their freaking website, and they're the distributor of the series, the Fate Zero box set is like $300 US. It's ridiculous. Like $300 to buy into the series. You know, I just want to support you guys. I don't want to empty my wallet for what should be like $50. So I was really looking forward to, because they were actually going to be showing Heaven's Feel in my city. Yeah, they actually showed the Konosuba movie, but it was on the day I was moving into the city, so I couldn't exactly see it because it was like, oh, I literally have to unpack everything, and I just drove like 6 hours. So I was like, Heaven's Feel's up though. I'm gonna like fucking buy this. The first two movies were fantastic, and I was like waiting for the tickets to go on sale, and then coronavirus hit, and the movie got postponed indefinitely. Yeah, that sucks. Theaters still aren't open here, actually. Well, they got reopened briefly. And they're closed again. I believe it's showing... There's a few places it's showing. I think in Mexico and the States, there's a few places that it's open, but it's not as wide as it was before the virus. There's a lot less. There's a lot fewer locations. I mean, dude, Kiyohime is not exactly subtle about hiding how much she loves you. I don't get what you're talking about, Shadow Kiyohime. Yeah, she'll probably flip out and murder me over doing something. Kiyohime is a bit of a yandere. I don't have a choice. Yeah, I guess I refuse to reject Kiyohime. The spoilerific one or the first one? Because they dropped another one, like, after it left theaters in Japan, and it's super spoilery. And then there's, like, the regular trailer they dropped for the third Heaven's Feel that's just pretty good, but it doesn't tell you anything about the movie. Camelot soon. We only have, like, a month till it's released in Japan. Or actually a month and a half, more like. So probably 4.5 to 6 months before any of us can see it, unless you're planning on flying to Japan. I don't know where you're living, but where I am, that wonderful out-of-country trip will cost you a 2-week quarantine, which is not the most fun, and also very expensive in terms of time. I mean, I wouldn't mind streaming full time for 2 weeks, but I can't really afford 3 weeks vacation to go see a movie. Oh yeah. Yeah, the trailer for Heaven's Feel is pretty freaking good. They did a great job hyping that up. I just wish we didn't have to wait so long to get the damn movie, man. Like, it's so irritating to be like, Hollywood movies and like, you know, big games like Assassin's Creed and shit, you don't have to wait 4 months to get one in your own language. But whenever I'm trying to get a hold of anime, you have to wait like 3 months to get something in the language you're looking for when it comes to movies. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people wish they could make more trips to Japan for that. Lancelot? I was actually thinking of going to Japan this year before we had coronavirus, not just for Heaven's Feel, but because I would like to tour it. Yeah. There's a very limited set of Universal releases for anime. Kind of unfortunate. I kind of wanted an arts card this turn for Lancelot. Another one, that is. Yeah, whatever. We'll eat up the stars. Man, this is still at level 2. It's absorbing all the stars. That's crazy. Yeah, Japan has some cool and unique history. Like, I've toured Europe a couple times, and I of course, like, I've been to like Italy, Germany, and Egypt, which I guess Egypt is in Africa, and they all have really cool history. But Japan has a lot of unique history as well, and I haven't really explored it. And you also don't read a lot about Asian history, at least where I am, and at least when I went to school, it was like mostly European history in general, because they cover, like, you know, colonization of the New World, maybe a bit of like early human history where you're like in you know, Babylonian shit, then like Greece, Rome, you know, the pre-modern world. But really, like, very rarely do I get to see any, when I was in school, did I get to read about anything in Asian history. I actually had to take an extra course in university, and I was like, I don't know jack shit about China, Korea, or Japanese history, so I'll take that course. It sounds interesting. I mean, it was interesting. I learned a lot, although I can barely remember most of it, because it's been a while, and like, one of those things where you need to, after a few years, you kind of just forget some of it if you're not involved in it. 114k. That is actually a lot of damage. Oh, Nero's Victory Line. Haven't heard that one yet. Well, how much arts up does Lancelot's stupid... Oh, that was the wrong Lancelot, my bad. How much arts up does Saber Lancelot's NP give him? Erendite Overload has no upgrade. 30%. Okay. Increases damage taken for a single every 5 turns. Wait, holy shit, that's actually huge. I did not know that. Alright. Oh, New York's nice. Went to New York. I did not know that. Shit. Lancelot Saber's, yeah, Lancelot Saber gets a 30% arts up whenever he uses his NP. So that's why he's hitting like a train. He gets like a mini mana burst. The damage taken is also 1,000 at 100% overcharge, so that's actually huge if you get like someone with a lot of hits and no damage. Like, who's a good example? Caster Gilgamesh, because he has like no damage, but he has like 8 hits on every attack. That would be huge. Same way, but I wasn't a 5-turn debuff. Nothing has lived 5 turns, but that's huge. I think I could recommend a trip to New York. I mean, obviously when the virus stuff is over. But yeah, New York's a good city to visit. I had a good time in New York. A lot of nice buildings. Central Park's good. There's actually some really good. There's a lot of really good museums. I'd highly recommend hitting them if you like art. I'm a big fan of art. So usually whenever I go to a major city, I usually hit up like their most famous arts exhibits. But the MoMA in New York was insane. It's like one of my favorite museums I've been to, if not my favorite. It's like, as I recall, it's just like west of Central Park. Just west of like about a third of the way up Central Park. I recall it was like across from a park or something. I took a bus to get there. Anyway. Alright. Are you hideous? Oh, I'm glad we didn't have any troll answers. Alright. Not one bit. You are hella cute. Apocrypha event does have a rerun, and the rerun is coming with a Mordred skin. Or a costume dress. The Mordred costume dress is amazing. It's the Atrefa skin from Apocrypha. Yeah, okay. So natural history museums, more your style. Man. And there's a lot of detail in, what was it? I went to Berlin, and a couple of their museums have an absurd amount of writing in them, like literal essays written on the walls. Like, you learn a lot, and I got to learn lots about the Cold War and World War II, and people escaping Germany through the Berlin Wall when it was separated east and west. But man, my family, I traveled to Berlin with my dad, and he still roasts me about how much reading I spent, time I wasted just reading random stuff in museums in Berlin on that trip. Because I'm like, when I go to a museum, I want to experience everything. So if there's a ton of writing in it, I will read literally everything. I think we spent like 4 hours in this one place. It wasn't even that big, but there was so much fucking writing. Oh my god. I can barely even remember half of what I read too. It was like half of it was Cold War politics, and the other half was escape methods. Oh, Kai's back. Oh, you live near Washington. But you haven't? Has you not been to New York? Washington's not that far away from New York, is it? I don't actually know the drive distance. I didn't think it was that crazy. I mean, you'd probably fly if it's past 6 hours or so. Wait, how did I... My Transformers are a hideous dragon, I might be... No, that's hella cool, man. I can too, it just depends on what direction I'm going. I think I'm like... Top to bottom. I think there's actually a good number of states that you can drive 8 hours and still be in the state. Depends on where you start. Like a lot of the big boxy states, you could probably top to bottom in like 6-8 hours. California, obviously. Probably Texas for sure. Obviously Alaska. Although you probably wouldn't want to drive in Alaska like that. How did we not make Bond 2 after all that effort? Second biggest state. Is that Texas? I would assume that's Texas. I would assume it's Texas. I think Alaska's bigger. I don't actually... Yeah. Oh, it's at Archers. I was really confused for a minute, not seeing any of the, I was really confused for a minute. I'm like looking at chat and I'm like, in my peripheral vision, I'm not seeing any of the bonus bond points you use. What's going on? Turns out we're looking at Archers. Alright. The game says I should bring Archers. I say I'm bringing these. We should be really close on Nero. Yeah. That makes sense though, it's hella cold up there, man. Same as Northwest Territories, Yukon, and Nunavut. Like, nobody lives there, it's too cold. And basic shit costs a ton of money. Actually, I don't know how it is for the States, but I know in Canada, if you live in one of the 3 northern provinces, which are territories, you actually get paid by the government on your tax return just for living there based on how many days you lived there. Yeah, 4 hours? That's not very far. How have you done? Yeah, that's pretty surprising you haven't been there then. Like, I guess there's a good amount of stuff on the East Coast to travel to. If you're in DC. But 4 hours is like a long day trip. Yeah, let's get something to eat, Saber. All Sabers love food. Oh, blushing Saber. That's not fair. I don't know. Some people don't travel though, right? Like, I don't know how much actual traveling you do, so maybe you just got a car, or maybe your family doesn't traditionally travel. Saber Lily is the one who just pulled the sword. I believe she's like just pulled the sword. She's like in training to be king. I think. Cause that's what her whole, I think that's where she is in life. I mean, it depends on what you like doing in cities. Some people don't really like visiting cities because if they don't have something specific to do in them. One of the things I think you can do, because it's like a major city, is like, obviously when the virus is over, bands will start touring. I like listening to music, so a lot of the time I hit up a city, my plan is usually to go to a concert in that city, in addition to anything else. So like when I traveled to Germany, I wasn't just going there to tour cities. I went to Wacken, which is like a big metal festival. I got to see a bunch of bands, and then I toured the cities. So like, you know, go to Toronto, see a band there on my trip, maybe spend a day, go to a festival or something. Like there's lots you can do in cities, right? And I'm sure New York has like a ton of, has like a Comic-Con or something. I'm positive New York, there's a New York Comic-Con. Not even a question. Or something to go to in New York, in addition to just visiting the city. Like that's one of the nice things about cities is there's always like an event or two that you'd be interested in going to. Yeah, see? MTG events, that's another good reason. You're like, oh yeah, there's an MTG event, go there, and then you just spend a week there instead, right? Instead of just the weekend for the GP or whatever. I don't know if you're doing GPs or Pro Tours. You can also just tour the city and spend a couple extra days there. It's like, you already have the hotel, you already traveled there, you may as well take an extra couple days off and tour the city. They are nothing alike. Saber Lily is a pure, innocent girl. She has nothing to do with that dark, corrupted Saber. I've played a little bit of Magic, not that much. I have a friend who's got an invite to the Pro Tour. Well, I haven't spoken to him a long time. I'd have no clue how much he actually played. That was back during the times when Thragtusk was the dominant creature. Good times. That was Avacyn Restored, I think? No, it was... Yeah, I think it was still in Avacyn Restored when he got the invite. I know he was doing a ton of practicing because he had friends over. He had friends over all the freaking time. How long have I been playing Grand Order? I started playing December. You're still in training. You're not king yet. You're not my king yet, boy. Oh, that's not too long. We're all very close then. I was probably just finishing up on the part 1 around the time you started. Feel free to dig your own grave, Doctor. Wait, that's what you're commenting on? That game. The skirt doesn't seem that short. It seems just flared out a lot. That's fair. It's a very different game when it launched, to my knowledge. And I feel like a lot of the best... They've made a lot of improvements over the years. Were you, like, a fan of Fate when you started playing Grand Order when it came out? I imagine that's one reason a lot of people are into Fate, is they already like... Or Grand Order, is that they already liked Fate when they started playing. Is the skirt really that short? It seems pretty long. It looks like it's at least a couple feet long. Okay. You're like, highly rated anime game, we'll give it a shot, and then you're like, I don't get this story all that much, I'll do something else, and then you ran into Yeah, just use Lily. Okay, I'll bring out Lily. I have a copy of Lily, so I'll drag her out next fight. Who knew such a legendary figure would press his taste on you? Merlin pressing his own tastes on people? I weave my own magical energy into armor. He told me not to do that. Why not? Yeah, she doesn't look very kingly here. More like a princess. I would like seeing Morgana as a servant. I'm sure she's in the list of like servants they have yet to release. They're like, we know people want this, so we gotta save it for when it's appropriately hype. Maybe she'll be a villain in the next Lost Belt, because it's Camelot themed, who knows? They've been checking a lot of boxes when it comes to player requests for servants recently. Also, for those of you who don't have Saber Lily because you missed the Saber Wars rerun, she will show up in the friend point gacha at some point. Yes, she's a 4-star, but she has terrible stats, so I guess they put her in the 3-star gacha anyway. That fat crit out of Nero. Good job, Nero. Doing God's work. Alright. We got more Lancers. Man, so weird. I'm expecting these guys to have like 20,000 hit points, and it's just 2,000. Hello, Charisma. In the event that your Arts doesn't kill everything. Caster or Avenger? I can't make a guess on that. Caster would make sense. Yeah, it's just weird them having so low health. I mean, it's hard to buy things anime related. It's so fucking expensive. Oh my god. That's why I'm like giving money to Grand Order here and there for GSSR, because I'm like, I want to give something Fate related. How much does it cost to buy the DVD box set? Star Trek DVD box sets are like 60, 80 bucks. 300 US. Fuck that. Okay. What about these statues? People like to buy statues. Well, 300 bucks. Well, I can see why people are buying statues and flexing on you with them instead of buying the DVDs, because those DVDs are way overpriced. And it's like, well, you know what? I could also... It's like, oh, I'd like to buy Fate Stay Night. Oh, there's no legal copies in English. Well, that's awkward. I guess I'll just do this then. And that's how we're here. Although, I will probably eventually buy one of the more expensive figures. There's a few I actually want. I just haven't committed myself to buying one of them yet. Kind of like, I want 3 or 4, but which one do I actually want to spend 300 bucks on? Wait, what's Overlord do? Galvanism's the NP gain one. You probably want to max that one quickly. Oh, Overload. Overload's the NP damage one. I'd probably go Galvanism if you're not running her with a K-scope and like support to instantly NP her. If you're generating NP manually with her or like keeping her as a frontline servant, you probably want Galvanism. If you're planning on just like firing her like a missile, explode and be done with it, then Overload. Yeah. 'Cause you're running her and Mordred and someone else to have them all paired up together. Oh, this guy wasn't actually on my friends list. Shit, really? What's he got? This isn't a bad set of characters, I guess. Most of his servants are 10, 10, 10. There's nothing I specifically need on this list, though. Yeah, why not? I mean, it depends on like the quality of what you want. There are some low-end anime figures. No, they'll be legit. They'll just be cheaper ones. There are some cheap anime figures you can get. Just depends on like what you want, what kind of quality you want. Like I play 40K, so when I see something that's anything, if I see something that's like lower quality than those guys, I'm like, eh. But there's a few I'd like. Like there's, I believe there's an Okita figure by Aquamarine. I think that's the company name. It does okay. I'm not a fan of Masashi, but I know someone did a really nice Masashi figure, as well as an Okita altar figure. Yeah, see, I'm not a huge fan of the Nendroid style. And I'm not just hating on Nendroids, because I also don't like the Funko Pop style either, which is very close to Nendroids. I don't like most of those figures, so if I'm buying a figure, it's going to be one of the more expensive ones, which is why I'm like, oh, those are so expensive. Let's see. Oh yeah, it was Good Smile that did the Okita altar figure. I'm feeling bad with you saying all these nice things, Lily, about me training you, and then you're just sitting there at like level 1 and P5. Of course. Saber Lily, god damn it, why are you so damn cute? I can see why people like every day I become more of a degenerate. When I started into anime, I couldn't understand why people like lollies. Now I'm like, Saber Lily is super cute. Just slowly descending into madness. Although I think Saber Lily is supposed to look more or less the same as regular Saber Soap. Maybe just a different hairstyle and equipment. Updated profile? What do you got for me? What do you got for me? Caliburn and Excalibur are different sacred swords. Caliburn nurtures royalty and raises Arthur into a king. Originally, Caliburn was used for ceremonies. Using as a weapon by releasing its true name can exert the same firepower as Excalibur. The sword will not be able to withstand Altria's magical energy and will likely disintegrate. Alright then. Oh wait, I have used you because you were useful in the event, right? Wait, really? I leveled you? Really? Right, she had like double damage during the event. Oh, whatever. An Ishtar or a Reshkigal figure? I think there's a couple okay figures for Reshkigal and Ishtar. I feel like some of them are kind of awkward because they like have a ton of extra pieces that are supported by like see-through plastic. The gate. We didn't make it to Nero on Bond? God damn it. Well, whatever. We gotta farm for fangs anyway. We'll do that. In a moment, though. No, I was thinking... In a moment, though. We'll swap over to main page. I should really put a hotkey for changing my window captures. I was actually... Oops. This Okita. I was actually thinking of picking up this Okita altar figure. Because I like extensively detailed figures. And this just about does the trick, right? Mind you, this is also in Japan 22,000 yen. It's more if you're trying to ship it overseas. But I mean, that's some good detail work. This is also like a 1/8 figure. She does, but have you seen? This is like exactly the same as her model game. This is a 1/7. So this is like 9 inches tall, I think. That is actually what her model looks like in game, and yes, she is on basically stilts. I know Good Smile makes a bunch. I would not buy them on Amazon, as they are hella overpriced on Amazon, like anything like this. But you can usually find them on a few model-specific stores, most of which originate in the States, from what I can find. You have to look around. I believe a few of these are also on sale on like Crunchyroll's website, depending on what you have. Anyway, since I know Good Smile actually makes a bunch of these good ones. We're actually on the... Oh, goddammit. I don't want to search through all these for Fate stuff. That's a pain. That's a pain. I don't want to look for them here. We're just going to look up. Who else did good? There's like a nice Masashi figure. I believe there's a good Masashi figure. We'll see if we can find the right one. It's probably... It's the 1/7. I like all the 1/7s more than I like the regular ones. I like this one too. It's like, oh, actually, Big Bad. This is not the favorite story. This is a good Masashi. I know there's also a good Jalter one, but there's like a ton of Chinese copies of it. What else is good that I liked? Okay, there was like Okita. Fate figure. I believe it'll probably come up if I just look up everyone. I like this one. It's like lacking in it's slightly lacking in detail. Don't give me the one. I like this one. It's slightly lacking in detail, but it's simple. It's clean enough that I like it. Who else has a good figure? There is a couple good MASH ones that I was thinking of too. Mind you, finding like MASH. Yeah, the Okita figure is pretty good. Let's see. Assuming this is not the Chinese replica one. I do like this one. I do like this one. I do like this one. Oh, Good Smile. Yeah. The only reason I didn't... oh, here's the sorting. 1/7, please. Finding some... is fine. I think they also had a good Ram figure. They had a good... One of these figures was really good. Not that one. These ones are okay. Finding good one. I did not know Fubuki had a figure. Let's see. I'm not actually a fan of this Hokusai figure. I mean, that's not bad. I don't actually like the dress she's in right now. I'm not looking for fan service models right now. Like, I really like the water effects. They did a really good job with this. I'm just making sure it's in frame. I really like the water effects they did. And I like all the coloring on the costume. I just don't like the pose with like the kimono basically falling off. I know that is her pose on her second, I think this is her second Ascension form, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. If it was like done up all the way, this would probably be on my to buy list. Yeah, the water looks great, right? Even like the detail on the costume looks okay, assuming you don't have to sticker all of those patterns on. That would be really cool. I just wish the kimono was like, you know, 3 inches upper, or like half an inch, or whatever the actual distance in on the figure is upper shoulder. Because the detail work, like, that's some impressive detail work for a model. And that's what I'm looking for in my models. Like, I want them to look super high quality. Like, that's fantastic. If that is what you actually get. And you just have to assemble it. If you have to do stickers, it's a huge pain. Because you, like, there's a lot of good Gundam models, but you have to do stickers and a lot of, like, painting with felt tip pens, and it's just a huge pain in the ass. Where it's, like, very hard to get what you pictured. Oh, here's the Rem figure I actually liked. I mean, I know it's not Fate, but I actually like this Rem figure because we have cute Rem, and like, you know, does anyone hate Rem from Zero? I mean, I know she's not the most exciting person, but it's hard to dislike Rem. And then we also have horribly traumatized Rem in the same box. Oh yeah. This is all this year's stuff. Probably last year then. No Ishtar's from last year? That's annoying. Anyway, I don't want to spend too long, but there's a lot of good figures, but that's usually like the quality I'm looking for in figures I'm thinking of buying, which is why I'm like, oh god, they're so expensive. Because I know you can get cheaper. I'm never a fan of... Why is Saber Nero always have like mediocre figures? This does not look amazing to me. Anyway. Yeah, there's a few figures. There's a few figures like, but those are generally the ones I'm thinking of picking up. Something along those lines. There's a few more in my head that I'm kicking around. I believe there's like the upcoming New Year's has a CE where MASH is decked out in a kimono. I believe there's a figure for that too that looks pretty good. There's also a nice Saber Alter one where she's in a kimono. And there's also... What else was good? There's a figure you can get of Saber Alter on her motorcycle from Shinjuku. That one's pretty cool too. I'm surprised Poshi was able to get an anime from their mom isekai. That mom isekai was really wonky. I didn't watch the whole thing because it looked too stupid, but I was tempted. If I hadn't had anything else to watch that season, I would have watched it. The 5th anniversary costumes, those would be cool. That would be cool. Nero's is like a simple white dress. Like I said, I didn't watch it. But I mean, that's the one that's like, do you love my mom and her 2-hit combo attacks or something like that, right? That's the anime I think we're talking about, right? Yeah. Apart from being the MILF Sakai, it didn't really have anything going for it by most people's standards. That guy is not MLB.CE. Yeah, okay, 2-hit, multi-target combo attack. Well, that's a name. That's quite a mouthful to get down. Alright. Yeah, I mean, but like, I'm okay with watching harem animes or isekais. I don't hate them. I've watched a lot of them. Yeah, it's just a mouthful to remember, like... You're like, yeah, the first section you kind of remember, and then the rest you kind of forget. It's like Konosuba. Nobody actually says everyone calls it Konosuba, right? Nobody knows the rest of that name. Oh, I didn't want to bridge anything. That is the trope. Harem MCs are dumb as fuck. Bungo Stray Dogs. Haven't seen that yet. DXD, where the protagonist was really trying to get into the fans of everyone and still failed. That and DXD sort of had a plot to go along with it, so it wasn't terrible. Why did I leave Ishtar in here? I'm supposed to be running Semiramis for this node instead of Ishtar. That was dumb. Alright, whatever. I'm okay with... I guess it's not gonna be a 3-turn. Oh well. Mistakes were made. We'll still kill this node, but I don't know if we can do 100-ish K to the last guy. A little bit questionable with it at least having class advantage. 90s harem protagonist? Jesus. No, please. It takes work to be that dense. I don't even know if we're gonna kill the side wyverns. Signs point to no. We're probably gonna hit about that hard with the NP too. I mean, we're gonna clear this node, no problem. It's just... Oh god. That potato... I mean, I can't blame Ishtar for not doing a lot of damage there, because... She did a good job. We also should have done both her crit abilities. That was super dumb. 132 Saint Quartz to get Abby. That is a great... Congratulations, man. Congratulations. Congratulations on your newly acquired tentacle, Lolly. Since it sounds like you're saving up for Benny, she's not your favorite character, but she is good enough to pick up. There we go. First interlude for Nero unlocked. What we've been waiting for. Hagani? Which one's Hagani? I do not recognize Hagani. The free ticket. Yeah. Oh, this is Abby's last banner for a long time. That makes sense to roll on her. If I'm rolling for Abby, I'm not rolling for her today because I don't want Naza. I might throw a few tickets at her now that I know it's her last rate up, but I'm probably not going to roll quartz at her. If I'm rolling the tickets though, it's going to be on this month. I cannot click to show you it, but I'm looking at Castor Vokianos because I like her. She's the best bird. I don't like Benny yet. I don't like Benny yet. We'll see if I like Benny at a later date. I mean, I'm not throwing quartz at her because that's not... I always save my quartz for people I'm intending to roll for. I kind of like let the tickets float around and spend a few here and there. But again, if I want to spend lots of quartz and actually roll for someone, I only roll on. Hello, Robobot. 150 quartz for NP2 Kirk, Fion, and Atalante. That's not bad. In addition to the Abby, that's pretty good. I can see why it's hard to complain about that. Alright. First sailing, once again. We have to do like 3 interludes for you to get all your stuff. Wait, is this Meltralis's bond? It is! I've never seen this before. Dazzling Radiance. Increase quick card effectiveness by 20% and critical strength by 30% for yourself only if Meltralis Alter Ego is equipped with this craft essence, and decrease crit strength by 10% for all allies when she's on the field. That's actually a pretty good CE. Another copy of Luna over 0. For a bond CE, this is actually pretty good. 20% quick crit and 30% crit is not terrible for a CE. Obviously, like, the stats being 100 forever really sucks. But in terms of effects, this isn't terrible for Considering Meltrellis is already like really selfish in terms of her kit. Yeah. More damage, Scotty memes, all that good shit. We are taking right. This is our bond team, so we just take someone who has MLB this. And yeah. So there's no one questioning it. This is obviously our bond team. This is not what we take to clear this node normally. That's most of what we're running. Although that last node we may as well have taken our bond team on that last run for Fangs, because goddamn, that was awkward. I'm like, alright, then Semiramis will clear this turn 3. I'll just use the crit and oh, we took Ishtar Rider. Awkward. Salter for your free 4-star. Salter is a good choice. Lots of AoE NP damage. Story locked. Like, there's plenty of reasons to pick Salter. I'd probably recommend her if I wasn't such a huge fan of Nero. I would definitely recommend her for an AoE saber. Like, she has way more damage. Now see, if you have trouble saving quartz, you can do what I did. I made an account on JP, and basically whenever I see someone on JP I want, I just empty all the quartz in the account. It's only natural a genius like myself would become a heroic spirit. Of course, Neo would become a heroic spirit. Archer of Inferno. I like Archer of Inferno. She isn't the single target archer I'd recommend the highest, but she's also like the best archer waifu in 4 stars. So, in 4 stars on the banner. So, plus, like, how do you complain about Archer of Inferno? Like, she literally yeets people into the distance and fires explosive arrows at them. Like, you want to see someone throw a dragon? You got, you know, Tomoe's here. Let's throw a dragon into the stratosphere. Light them up like the sun. Demon God Pillar? She can do that too. I don't even know how you throw a Demon God Pillar, but she can do that. Perfect Confidence. That sounds that fits Nero to a T. I'm not short. This is my perfect farm. She's like 4'10". I like making Nero flustered. Doesn't everyone else? I'm sure there's the montage. It's great throwing things into Miles. Flushing Nero. Thank you, man. I wish this whole scene was voice acted. That was one thing I liked about Extella. Everything Nero said was voice acted, so you could just shut your eyes and listen to her talk for like 10 minutes. How did we get here? What do you want? I've given you 2 grails already. Red saber. Let's see. Of course, Nero is only as good at anything as the people around her are, so if you're complaining about how her steering is, maybe you should get better so she can Imperial privilege your sailing skills. Nero's hunting for treasure, but why? But why? Why, Nero? Come back after you've made yourself 5 times more beautiful. Do I have to be beautiful to be acknowledged by Nero? I mean, I personally would just be immediately acknowledged. I can see why some of you picked Saber Alter instead, though. Either that or you just really like burgers. Which, to be fair, I like hamburgers too. Oh. Well, I'm safe. I'm safe then. You know, I just tell Nero that I'm streaming and I have lots of wonderful fans who will love to listen to her voice. Your OG Saber. Ah, I see. You're just like, I can't give up on Artorias. I have a chick with a water pistol. She seems to do alright. I wouldn't want to get shot by that water gun though, man. She seems to like stapling Excalibur to it and shooting lasers with it. Let's turn on the Star Absorb. God, that star weight... This is only at level 2, and its star weight is like instant full stars. That's insane. Alright. I mean, we kind of made a mistake here, because we have to... I think this will do enough damage. I'm fairly confident we do enough damage. We might need to use Altria's Charisma, but we'll see. Yeah, we could have used that. Alright. Oh. I realized after I used the Star Absorb that Arturia may not actually kill that guy with face cards. But that's like a 20% buff. That would multiply with us. We did 80k there. This is level 9s. Beach Flower is pretty strong, so yeah, we definitely could have killed it with Beach Flower. Oh well. Alright, I want to see Lancelot do like 30 attack. Let's go. That's a very satisfying attack animation, even if it's basically him waving his sword up and down. Although, I think Okita and Altera both beat him in terms of regular attack animations. Like, Altera has all her animations ripped straight out of Extella and looks rad, even if her hit counts are hella low. And Okita is just like... She does the same thing where she hits like 30 times, but she's also moving during it. Does a couple flips. You know. You're like, I have superhuman strength. Do a flip. It's like the basic trick you ask people to do when they're like, I'm super agile. Oh, of course I did. That's why we're doing... Yeah. Of course I did. That's why we've grailed her. And we're doing... Oh, we can't see it now. We're trying to do all our interludes to unlock her third skill. Yeah. I got her and put her to 90 right away. That's why she's on her. We want to get her to the point where we can use all three of her skills. I don't know if I want to put her to 100 because Caster Nero is only 90, but we're definitely gonna try to push her to like max. Yeah, unfortunately, Fate Extra Last Encore was not a very good anime. The only redeeming quality, I'm bothered with you with this, is Nero, and she unfortunately couldn't carry the whole series because like everything else was pretty mediocre. How often do I stream? I stream almost every day. Although I usually stream later in the day on weekdays because I have work. The only day I definitely don't stream is Thursday. So I stream like most Saturdays. And I like stream a little bit later on Sundays. And then I stream I usually stream starting around 7 or 8 Eastern on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday. Yeah. Yeah, very late for you because you're European. I usually like get home from work on weekdays, make dinner, and then start streaming shortly after. Once I've gotten everything I need to do out of the way. But hey, if you can only show up for like the Saturday streams or whatever, it's all good. I'm just here to hang out with people. Yeah. The anime of Last Encore is not amazing. The plot is all over the place. They didn't explain enough. It's really weird. Most of it's not compelling. In fact, most of Extra, the exciting stuff in Extra, you wanted to have seen happened already. And they explain it to you and they're like, we had this awesome Grail War and tons of cool shit happened. Too bad you missed it. And you're like, okay, what are we doing? Fighting one person who's like already failed and hasn't given up yet or whatever for whatever reason. Yeah, it was really wonky, the whole plot of Extra. The floor with Ray and the other girl. Yeah, you're like, okay, that was actually one of the more interesting floors because you knew what was going on at that point. But like most of the floors are really boring. It's like you get to the first floor and they're like, oh, this was like a party everyone was having here, the people who didn't want to progress, and you're like, okay, where's all the people? And it's like, right, all the interesting stuff's already happened. Yeah. Like the best thing in Last Encore was Nero, but she was the only thing I actually liked. Like I didn't really like the Master. Rin was okay. I didn't like the plot of most of the floors. I was kind of just hoping they'd get somewhere that was actually interesting, where they'd have a fun fight. And then like, Shaft has an okay animation style, but it wasn't the best for what we were watching. So that didn't help them either. There was a lot of issues. There was just a lot of small issues with Extra. Like it didn't really have anything it needed to be a good anime, other than Nero. That said, if you like Nero, you can just read or play through Extella, the video game, which is also set in Fate Extra, also set after the Extra game, and the plot makes way more sense. You get to hang out with much more interesting servants, and if you like Tamamo and Altera at all, they're also main characters. Yeah, you know about how OP Gwen is in the sun? Although they do a good job of explaining that in Grand Order, right? Beforehand. They're like, this guy will fuck you up if he's in the sun. And he's like, surprise, my gift is I'm always in the sun. I'll start this search according to my intuition. According to my intuition. We should go this way. Yeah. If you like Nero or Tamamo or Altera, you should really play Extella. Not only do you get like 20 hours of playing with them as the main character and tons of dialogue, but for both Tamamo and Nero, all your dialogue choices, you have the option of like say something a normal person would, and then you have flirt with the character. And I'm not joking, flirting with Nero is always the correct option in the game. Same with Tomo, it's like, you can say, you're a nice servant, or you can be like, you're the most beautiful servant a master like me could have, I love you so much, and you're like, click that option, it's like, mission accomplished, bond points increased, and you're like, alright, the game wants me to have fun. Here, I should have won the fight in the anime? Maybe. I feel like Nero was not the strongest person in, isn't presented as the strongest saber in, Last Encore. So her losing the fight doesn't really surprise me. Her struggling doesn't surprise me. Okay, that makes sense. I'm working on my way through the JP story. It's just really slowly. Are you just doing, Are you just, doing solo runs? Just like find your favorite Bond Herc and go to town on all the bosses? Although, that's not strictly necessary, I don't think. I can't do solo runs. I mean, you typically... If you're doing solo runs to speedrun an account, you typically don't use your own Herc. You just use the follow function on someone who has Bond Herc. I don't know what we're fighting. Erendite Overload sounds like a good time though. We don't need the charisma for damage though. I'm not gonna use it. Like, if you're speedrunning, you just find an account with Herc. Refresh as many times as you need to. Oh. I was gonna say, I don't know how hardcore you're speedrushing. But for all of part 1, the follow feature forcibly puts them on your friends list. Instantly. So you could just follow someone who has Bond Herc and be done. You're trying to destroy Herc, so you're... Oh, you're in Okeanos. Okay. I've actually been playing that account more than I have. Oh, I should have charisma. I could have charisma here. Oh well. My thoughts on Strange Fake? So, I haven't read the light novel of Strange Fake. I'm just following along with the manga right now. It's pretty good. The art style isn't amazing as, say, Type Redline, but it's entertaining. Like, I'm having a good time reading Strange Fake. I just wish they would hurry up with it, because it's so... The manga, I'm told, is really far behind the light novel. Yeah, being able to legally read it would be nice. I mean, their servant choice is pretty interesting. So if nothing else, you got a few servants to look forward to in Strange Fake. And we're done the NP lines. I'm gonna say. You have Enkidu, you have Gilgamesh, you have the Black Death, I believe, is a servant. You have a weird version of Jack. Alcides is gonna, who is Archer Herc, is going to show up at some point. You have the Hassan. You have is not actually one of the Hassans given the title, but she has the noble phantasm of all the Hassans before 100 Faces. So she's got like Cursed Arms ability. She has another one of the abilities, I forget who, off the top of my head. She has like 4 noble phantasms or something like that. It's crazy. It's looking like it's gonna be pretty good. I just haven't read far enough to know where it is. I don't remember. I only know that she said she had the abilities of all the Hassans before her, and I can, off the top of my head, I only remember her using Cursed Arms Noble Phantasm like 2 seconds after she was summoned. So I know she has more abilities, I just don't remember what the order the Hassans are in. So I can't tell whether or not she has that one. Let's see. If we look up Hassan's FGO, can we just... Or no, we don't want FGO, we want Type Moon, right? So I think Type Moon has a list of all the known Hassans in order. She knows all 18. So yeah, she knows everyone's Zabanya. Just for reference, I'll swap to the frame. 1 second. Main window capture. Alright, let's go. So, No Name Assassin is the assassin that she is. And we'll just scroll down to her abilities. While she was unable to develop an original technique of her own, she managed to learn all 18 of the past Zabanya techniques that existed at the time under her Zabanya phantasmal pedigree. The only exception is Delusional Illusion, the one created by the one who succeeded the position instead of her. So, the only one she can't use is Hassan of the 100 Faces. She can use all the other ones. Oh, and apparently she's displayed all these ones. Delusional Heartbeat, this should be Cursed Arm. Yep, so there's Cursed Arm. I don't actually know what some of these are. Heartbeat Melody. Oh, this is the one from, okay. Cyber Fantasy. Okay. That's actually the one from, what's it called? Prisma Ilia, right? Dead Heartbeat Melody. And Delusional Poison Body is probably Serenity's? Yep, Delusional Poison Body is Son of the Serenity. Cool. Yeah, so she has all of them. Which is pretty crazy. As far as an ability goes, sure, she doesn't have too many extra abilities, but I mean, she's got like 18 Noble Phantasms. That she can just pull out of a hat at any time she wants. Be like, surprise. Oh yeah, she murders a shit ton of people. Yeah, but I mean, that series also like opens up with Gilgamesh being summoned like 2 seconds into it. And the first person he runs into is Enkidu. And then Azrael is not a Zabanya. It is Azrael. And she almost certainly cannot use as that Azrael. It said all of the Zabanyas, which are the secret, which is like the name of the noble phantasm for all the Hassans that aren't Gramps. So I do not think she can use it. Because he does not have something called Zabanya. Oh yeah, there's an alternative version of Ishtar there, right? It's not the same Ishtar we know, it's a different one. She's like possessing a homunculus, apparently. Treasure chest. Is there ever any treasure in treasure chests we've had? A pelican? What the fuck? Wait, how do you not know what a difference between a pelican and a penguin is, Mash? We opened the chest and didn't get eaten. It's not a mimic. Oh, it's the mean Ishtar. Yeah, because she's not possessing Rin. We got a cool penguin, though. Can we have a penguin sprite? Why do you need more money, Amy? Oh, is this the first lead-in to Nerofest? Why do you need more money? Well, you'll find out soon enough. Sounds like a Nerofest lead-in. But this is a pretty old interlude. Oh, they even directly reference Saint Courts in this. That's weird. Yeah, this is old enough. Here's our NP interlude. We can do real damage. This guy, I think he just changed that a couple days ago to Peko Peko Peko. Every time. Every time I see that, you all hear that, right? You all hear Bakara's Peko? Peko laugh? You're being dragged off by Tomo on our honeymoon. Sounds like things are going well. Like one of those lines that you read it, but you don't actually read it, you just hear it in your head. It's Bakara's laugh. Wait, not Nerofest? Or is this unlocked at Nerofest? I don't know when she got her interludes. Red Saber. And I saw someone was talking about Nero and referred to Artoria as Blue Saber the other day, and I lost it. It was so funny. I just want to see someone call Artoria Blue Saber. Can't wait for the new Lost Belt. Lost Belt 3, it's probably about a week or so off. It's probably not Tuesday, right? Like they usually give us a couple days notice before that comes out, right? Yes, but usually people call her Saber or Artoria. They don't call her... They call They call Nero Red Saber. So being like, you know who's awesome? Saber, and you know who I don't like? Blue Saber. Is just the silliest thing to me. Like, I swear they did it just to piss someone off. Oh, we're rebuilding Domus Aurea. The essence of my artist's soul. Alright. Is Lost Path 3 December? I thought it was like mid-November. Yeah, exactly. When someone does a reversal and calls OG Saber Blue Saber, it's really funny. When they do it seriously. You can do better than a year. Unless you're only playing while you're on the toilet, I guess. Oh. I'd rather it not be December. Mostly because I want the Lost Belts now, not a month away. She's trying to improve her noble phantasm with money. I mean, if it can be better, why not? Seven months? Eh, that's a long time to be playing. Yeah, part 2 you have to be a bit more specific about what servants you bring to cheese bosses. But you can still do like the first 2 Lost Belts, I think, with like Eric, right? Okay. That's an interesting noble phantasm. So the more gaudy her and over-designed her theater is in real life, or the one that she remembers, the more real image. What if we like gave her a 3D modeling program and taught her to use that? Would she just be like crazy OP? Always give 100%. Sounds right. Sounds good, Nero. Wait. Why are we going to fight? A new Golden Theater, a mix between a theater and a coliseum, a completely new way to watch someone fight. I mean, if all she has to do is visualize a better theater, we got a lot of ways to make her more OP. Yeah, some of the future Lost Belt bosses are going to be pretty rough. Oh, before the giant statue. I did not know Colosseum meant before the giant statue. Thanks for the trivia, Mash. Yeah, I know it comes from Colossus, but that's cool. There is no longer a giant statue in front of the Colosseum in Rome that watches over spectators. There used to be one. It was a bronze statue, as I recall. It was supposed to be. Or is believed to have been one. It was a statue of me, 31 meters high, a beautiful statue. Now I just want to imagine a 31-meter tall statue of Nero. That definitely deserves to be put up in front of the Colosseum in Rome. Maybe we can make a new one? What do you think the Italian government's response to a request to build a 31-meter tall statue of Nero from Fate in front of the Colosseum would be? We can put it right beside that arch. The triumphant arch that's done by, is that Constantine's arch? I don't remember off the top of my head. I know there's an arch right by the Colosseum in Rome though. They'll be less enthusiastic than building a giant ghetto. Yeah, unfortunately so. Yeah, get on that. I'm sure you'll be set for XP. You just gotta wait a few months. We got a couple lotteries coming up. Most people will be set for XP once they clear the lottery. That's not my problem. They just have to do their research. See, you just pitch them. We're gonna remake the statue of Nero, and they're like, that sounds good. And then you show up, and it's like Saber Nero, and you're like, well, we based our designs on this very popular anime, and that's what it seemed good. 5-turn show. Do you have like Steno as well as Uriel? Because that's what it sounds like to me. Yeah, when it works, it's great. So, for most of part 1, it's amazing. And then in part 2, they're just like, you know that fun thing where you just CC'd several bosses for like 5 turns back to back? Yeah, no, we're not doing that anymore. Steno Uriel Charmlock team? Yep. Probably one of the best teams to bring if you max it out. I was like, that team can absolutely demolish people. Like the Steno Uriel team, if you max out their like skill upgrades and optimize for back-to-back NPs and then maybe like stick a waiver or something in, that's an absolutely gross team. Like, you can just hard lock a boss for like 8 turns in a row. Or like, I've seen like 20 turns. It's disgusting. I don't actually remember what they did for that. But like, you can live literally forever on that. And we don't have our NP upgrade yet, so this probably won't kill them. Imperial privilege me. Mission accomplished. Dante's should have gone for immunity. Need that mental debuff immunity. There are a few CEs for NP gain that are pretty common. I think Jeweled Sword of Zelrich is still decent for NP gain, even if it's not amazing. Like 10%. Divine Banquet's just a pure NP gain, 25% I believe. It's a 4-star. And I don't remember what you take for NP gaining as a 5-star. There is a pure... King of Fighters, 7 Deadly Sins. It's a thing, I guess. I appreciate that this game doesn't have any crossovers with anything else. Oh shit, we actually have to fight more than that. Yeah, yeah, all the... No, we haven't had a crossover. Kara no Kyokai takes place in the same universe as Fate. That's like the closest we've had. All the Fate stuff is in the same universe. Like they directly reference some of the K and K stuff in Fate, and they directly reference Tsukime stuff. Like if you go back to Kiritsugu's backstory, they're killing dead apostles, which are from Tsukime. And we also get a reference to that in Strange Fake. So like they're all canonically in the same setting, as far as I can tell. Next turn. Garden of Sinners as a close. I mean, you're not wrong. It does cross over with a bunch of things. I can't actually remember all the references there are in Garden of Sinners off the top of my head right now. I know there's a bunch of references to other works in it. Good read. Those movies are very good. I was not expecting Garden of Sinners to be that good when I read it the first time. There's a lot of guys here. I should have brought more AoE servants. Yes, yes. That is correct. K and K is Garden of Sinners. Or were you clarifying that for him? Either way, you are correct. If Lancelot absorbs stars here, he's probably not going to get anything too crazy going. Oh, whatever. We're on the star absorb, pray for good cards. Yeah, Garden of Sinners. Garden of Sinners is in fact part of the same universe. We only have 3 enemies left. May as well go this way. Kill him, crit him. And then I guess Nero gets insanely lucky. Oh. Almost missed that. Time to buzzsaw our way through a golem. Fujino? Oh, that's pretty lucky. I just started and I actually don't like Fujino in K and K, so I didn't end up rolling for her. But I was like, in my head at the time, I was like, why would I roll for a character I don't like? Kind of regretting that now, but I mean, at the time I wasn't sure how long I would be playing Fate Grand Order, so I was like, oh, whatever. Oh, you should watch them. They're a good series. It's a good series of movies. There's like 8 or 9 movies. That's it. Oh, there is no banner for Fujino ever. after that last rerun this year, there is no banner for her. Yeah, you should watch the Karen no Kyokai movies. They're pretty good. In particular, there's one movie. They do some really weird stuff with the cinematography that I really liked. I mean, I liked in hindsight. Well, watching it's kind of weird, but they like play out a lot of scenes, and then the scene itself is the scenes are played out of order, and then inside of the scene, some of the scenes are played backwards, and it's really weird to watch. It all makes sense in the end, but the whole time you're watching, it's like, this is kind of trippy. Like, I believe there's one scene where you're like, someone's hanging out in their apartment, and then they leave it, and then when you finally get the shot of them leaving their apartment, you realize they're actually opening it, and the whole scene's played in reverse. And so it like ties into the scene before and the scene afterward in a very different way than you're expecting it when watching the scene. I mean, I don't hate Shiki, or Saber Shiki either. Yeah, that movie was completely nuts. That movie was nuts. The rest of the movies are pretty good. And like, at the very least, if you liked the music for the Garden of Sinners event, that's Shiki's main theme. So you're gonna hear that a lot in the movies. Yeah, Saber Shiki is quite good. She has that instant death gimmick that helps. She's pretty solid NP gain. She's an art saber. Yeah, movie 5 is like a good head game where you're like, what the hell is going on for half the movie? It's so weird. Let's start. I don't want to build a statue mash, but I don't click that anyway. Yeah, movie 5 is really good. The rest of the movies are also really good. Reminds you of Haruhi. I don't know. A little bit, yeah. In that it like plays a little bit of a head game, but I mean, from Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya, I just think back to Endless 8 for the most mindfuck episodes, and those are not less mindfucky, more just frustrating than anything. I mean, that's what I think of when I think of that series now. I don't know about the rest of you, but I actually watched every single one of those episodes. I was like, please tell me there's something interesting. I want to appreciate the art, the amount of effort the artists put into that arc is like, it's like the same freaking episode 7 times in a row, and every single scene in every episode is completely redrawn. I thought that was like crazy. Like, what the heck are they doing? Every single time, it's like, first it's done from a west angle shot, then the same scene is done from an east angle shot, so they have to completely redraw the scene. And they do the north, and they do the south, and then they do like from the pool, and like every single time, it's so obvious that they had to completely redraw the scene. I mean, the episode wasn't even that good the first time is the worst thing. Like, the first time through it, you're like, oh, thank God, we don't have to do that again. Because that was hella boring. And then you wake up and you're like, fuck me, I have to do this whole episode again. And you realize there's like 7-ish of the same thing. I don't remember how many episodes it actually is, but it's like you're watching the same thing over and over from a different camera angle, so they had to completely redraw the scene. They're just flexing on how many times they can differently present the same material. Yeah, that's probably my least favorite of the that's probably my least favorite story where they do like a Groundhog Day style thing. Because the thing is, the protagonist could end it at any time. He's just a lazy fuck, and it's like, oh, I don't feel like breaking out of this loop. I'm too lazy. And you're like, fuck off, buddy. I'm bored. Like, you'll learn to just hate the protagonist's laziness and lack of enthusiasm for anything in his life. Oh, it's 6 times? Okay. It's called Endless Eights, though, so I always think it's 8. But it's still like 6 times in a row you watch the same episode, basically. Okay, movie 3. Which one was movie 3 for K and K? I have a hard time remembering which ones were which. Was movie 3 the prequel? The one that like tells how she gets her powers, or was that movie 2? Because the K and K movies are also not done in order. You like the first time you watch them, you're supposed to do it in release date order, which is not chronological order. So you start out with like your introductory movie to Shiki, and then like the second or third one is like the origin story for her. I don't know. Who's eh. Oh, Fujino's her. That's Fujino's movie? Yeah. So I didn't hate that movie, I just didn't like Fujino in the movie. But if you want to see Asagami Fujino, she shows up there. And she does twist a bridge. Like, they just ripped that out of the movie. In fact, she was actually on the bridge when she does it. Okay. Yeah, the movie itself was good. I just didn't like Fujino that much in it. So when people really like Fujino and put her to 100, I'm like, I don't understand you people. Have you not seen the movie? Because I think I was watching that movie like a month before the rerun came. So I was definitely like... I definitely had a solid memory of the whole plot of Fujino's movie. I was like, the fuck do people like this character for? Other than mechanics. Mechanically, in Grand Order, she's pretty good. The strongest theater, something even Heracles can't handle. Of course Nero hasn't learned anything. That's what all our confidence is from. No Phantasm, rank up. Just more damage. I kind of wish we'd get more exciting rank ups sometimes. What do we need to do for... What do we need to do for her third rank up? Bond 5? Damn it. Bond 5. Frick. We were a ways off Bond 5, as I recall. Oh, I keep clicking this because it has the Nero CE. Yeah, we have a ways to go for Bond 5, so we're not going to be able to get that for a bit. Alright, what do we got for new profile stuff? The Emperor that suppressed all religious forces in the Roman Senate around 50 to 60 AD, called the tyrant in the days of Rome because of her position against the Senate and oppression of Christians. From those tales, she was often compared to the beast of 666 that destroyed a city in the Old Testament, or the Whore of Babylon. Self-proclaimed artist, she has her own sense of aesthetics. She loves pretty boys and handsome old men. Loves pretty girls even more. Loves beautiful things regardless of what they are. Proclaims that she is the pinnacle of art, but also claims all sorts of people's lives are beautiful as well. It goes without saying, the way she enjoys life is almost like herself, a beautifully bloomed rose. Emperor of Roses, best emperor. Alright. Well, since we're a ways off that, I guess we're not putting her past 77X for now. Because I don't remember how many fangs I have. I only know that I need fangs and feathers. Also, Lancelot has been doing a really good job in these last couple fights. He is surprisingly good considering we haven't really leveled up his skills that much. Alright. So, since we're stuck farming bone for a bit, it will be back to the player for fangs. You're on bones and I'm on fangs. I have enough feathers for her, but now I'm low on feathers again. which is kind of irritating. I just got out of Feather Hell and Nero's dragging me back into it. Oh, we want bond points. Bond.
ように見惚れたか？この正直者め。
Thanks for the follow, Lay 29. Hope you're having a good time. Alright, well, we can't. I don't want to run our bond team here. I'm just going to run Nero in the back line. Mystic Code CE, I guess it's okay. At the very least, because we can run a Nero CE on Nero. Perfect. Oh, right, we can't do that because we wanted to run Semiramis. Damn it. We were so close to it. Oh. I'll just remove it. There's nothing 3-star and below that actually gives us bonus points to anything. And we can't really cut any one point in terms of points. Astolfo's like our cheapest here. Yagyu! Alright, that's not a bad choice. Sitting EX is a fun servant. I certainly came to like him. Yeah, we're just doing free quests because we need bones right now. We did all the interludes we can do. Except, well, we now need Bond 5 for Nero because we picked Nero for our SR ticket. And Nero's third skill is locked behind Bond 5, which is kind of irritating. Oh man, sounds like you had a hell of a time killing him. I'm always interested to see how people's experiences are in Shimosa. It seems like everyone has a different experience in Shimosa. Because it's like, it's past the big difficulty spike of Camelot where everyone has the same experience of getting wrecked by Gwen. But like, yeah, I approached, see like, I did, I like started out Shimosa trying to do a bond run. So I like, you know, first boss, no trouble. Second boss, Archer of Inferno, no trouble. When we got to Assassin of Paraiso in her last boss state, I had a hell of a time. Like, that was a fucking wall for like a month. I was like, I need to farm up another servant to support this, because like I didn't have David ready. And like I spent forever there. I spent like forever fighting Assassin, and when I finally got to Berserker and Rider, I was like, fuck this, we're done the Bond thing, and just plowed through the rest of the series. But then I read like some people and they're like, oh, I had trouble in it. I'm like, really? Okay. Okay. Like everyone seems to approach the Shimosa very differently. Which makes it an interesting singularity to hear about people's experience in. 'Cause like I haven't actually heard anyone having trouble with the Saber before. I believe he had mental debuff immunity. But yeah, Uriel did a massive amount of damage to him. I had a Uriel for that. Actually, I had a pretty solid team of archers when I got to Yagyu, because I had a maxed out Uriel. Well, not maxed out, but like 666 level 70 Uriel. I have like a like 666 Emiya, and then I also had a David that I'd maxed out for the early fight, and a Tristan. Yeah. I mean, the damage Uriel puts out is insane. Like, even if something is immune to the debuff, or she doesn't get charmed, like say for a Lobo in Shinjuku, Uriel's NP damage against Male is still insanely high. She does so much damage with that super effective modifier. Helena. Helena is a very good pick. She's just generally applicable in like every situation you can think of. Unfortunately, I wasn't a huge fan of her in Agartha, but no one can argue that she's not an effective servant. I think I had my waiver die against Surtur. I think I had my waiver die early against Surtur, so it was a little bit harder. But I was pretty sure I was running something similar to that. Yeah, Helena's probably like one of the top like 3 picks for 4 stars, just in general. If you're like blindly telling someone to pick a 4-star, if for mechanics that is, because she's so good. Like the 20% battery, she's like a budget waiver. And one of the best things about waiver is in fact his 20% battery, because it lets you get a lot of people just to that threshold where they get NP, and helps himself. Oh yeah, that's nice. I have enough to like 777 near. I have like enough to like 7710 Nero or something like that. I realized like 2 days ago. I realized like 2 days before I got Nero that I didn't have enough fangs. Nice, nice. I mean, my Nero's level 90 the day I got her, and I still have lots of XP, but I don't have the fangs I need. Feels so bad. Okay, I don't even have like my support list 10 10 10, so yeah, 20 crystals, that's not too bad to farm out. Yeah, I realized I was a little bit shy and I've just been farming fangs for the last few days. We're still shy because we needed like 100 fangs, and it's like, it's not really worth appling for. Especially because there will be time to apple for fangs coming soon. Right, because we have, next month we have the Christmas event with the Fang and Bone Lottery. $80, 10, and 10, 1k day 1. That's pretty impressive. We have a... he's not in here, I think. I don't think he's in here, but we had a guy here. I have one of my followers. He's a huge fan of Ilya. I believe he level 100. 10, 10, 10 Ilya. Sitnai, that is. The day that she came out. Because he sent me the picture, and it was literally like a day and a half into Oni land. He's like, oh hey, check this out. And it was like his support list already updated. Archer pieces. Oh, that sucks. Like, once you get... Are you talking about your JP account? I can understand why you'd be low on pieces on your JP account. I'm low on all sorts of pieces and shit on my Japan account. On your NA account too? Oh, that's rough. Sitnai. 90 Sitnai Tension. Oh, that's cool. I'm far too low on materials to be tending most servants the day I get them. The closest I think I had was... What's the closest I've had? Waver, I almost got there. Waver, I got him to 10 10 10 in like a week of getting him. The closest I got within a day was like probably Nero. I had her like 10 6 6 the day I got her. Need one archer, it took you 30 minutes of farming to get one. All for me. 999. You little punks with all you punks with Gilgamesh. Yeah. The only materials I don't usually get are pieces these days. Pieces and monuments I don't usually farm out for. It's like, do I really need another 30 pieces or another 20 pieces when I already have like 100 of everything? If I go below 100 on monuments and pieces, I will farm out the pieces. Or, like, not farm them out, but, like, pick them up from event shops when they come around. But if I have them, I usually don't do them. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't go... The Da Vinci lottery came out when I was, like, brand new and still doing the story, so I didn't go super hard on that lottery. But I did go, like... I did get a decent amount of pieces and monuments from it, so that's why I have, like, 80 plus of everything. Kind of wish they'd do, like, another lottery event where they give you those. Because all the lotteries in the future only give gems. Which is obviously what anyone who's played for a while wants more, but for new people, the pieces are actually pretty valuable in the lottery. I've come to realize that because I started my JP account and was like, shit, I desperately need pieces. How do I get them? Oh, this event only has, like, 2 kinds of pieces in the shop. Wow, I'm just fucked. I have to either farm pieces or not ascend servants. Like, I didn't actually realize how desperately you need pieces in your first couple months of play. Because I got spoiled by the Da Vinci shop. Yeah. Like, you'll know the pain of needing pieces. For the most... Yeah, I need a final ascension. Nice. Final ascension, Emiya. I have like 30 casters. Buying the wrong kind of pieces? Or just having to consume all the wrong kind? I got like 6 frickin' casters while I was trying to roll for Gilgamesh. I swear, I thought for a minute I was rolling on a caster rate up banner because I got 5 different gold casters and I still didn't get Gilgamesh. Sammy Ramus, hurry up and get your NP interludes so you can actually start killing things. The underkilling with Semiramis is very frustrating. Yeah. But I was rolling on the Gilgamesh banner, and I may as well have been rolling on caster rate up. Apart from the Lancelot, it was basically all casters. I mean, I got Lancelot Saber, who I kind of wanted in the first place, out of rolling for Gilgamesh, but honestly, would have preferred the Gilgamesh. Yeah, I'm looking forward to class. I don't know how much quartz I want to spend on class rate up, but I would really like an NP5 Bedivere. My Bedivere is still stuck at NP1, and every time I see him, I'm like, I could level him, but his damage is going to be subpar because he's stuck at NP1. Like, he's worse than Okita because he's still NP1. He's worse than basically every other single target saber. He's even worse than Caesar now because he's still NP1. Right? Like, he out damages Caesar. I do actually have space in my friends list. It's also posted somewhere on my profile. Although you have to tell me your name and like maybe who you have in all slot if you want me to add you, because I leave my friend request list pretty open. What are you fighting, Akai? A demon god pillar? You said you were doing Okeanos, right? I kind of want to put her arts up on. I don't want to put Semiramis' arts up on just to see how much NP she gets when she double crits with her arts cards. I believe she gets like 80 or 90% NP. It's like her middle ability is NP gain, and it's definitely more than 30%. I think it's 50%, so I think she gets 100% there. There we are. Didn't this Havos guy actually have one copy of this thing? Like, yesterday? I'm pretty sure he just recently got that. MLB. Good on him. People who only run one tea time or one lunch time that isn't MLB'd are very frustrating when you're farming spawn. Same thing with Mona Lisa, right? Like, you're like looking for that MLB Mona Lisa, you see Mona Lisa, you click it expecting it to be MLB'd, and then you get less QP than expected. One of those disappointing moments, like, what's another disappointing moment? When you pick someone's Scotty, and you expect them to be 10-10-10, and then you're like, oh, it gave a 46% battery. This is awkward. I'm not overly reliant on Scotty, but that I imagine for some people that's insanely frustrating when they're trying to loop. Sometimes it is hard getting mana prisms, but I feel like you should definitely get the ones in the shop. Like the CEs in the shop that are limited time, because it's way better than spending rare mana prisms later. Even if you think you're going to get that many rare mana prisms, like, it's still a rare mana prism. Those are hard to come by, relatively speaking. 10-1-8. Ew, that awkward moment when you run out of blue caster gems. I've been there. In fact, even following up on this year's lottery, I'm likely to run out of blue caster gems. Or caster gems in general. And I did like 80 boxes. I'm gonna have to do at least 80 for the next... Or no, next lottery is a rerun, so it's capped at 10. I understand your lack of saber gems. I too have many sabers, all of whom deserve a lot of love and attention. All or most of my attention. Summer BB eats saber gems? Damn, that sucks. I was gonna say, I think I have just a few. I have just a few sabers. Just a few. I have just a few sabers. Just a few. Like my most plentiful class. That's like 6, 8 gold sabers. Next most is probably caster. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. 9, 10, 11, 12. God, I have too many gold casters. What the fuck? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I have 12 gold casters? What the hell? What's with all these casters? I mean, I know I got 5 of them for Guildfest, but still. It's like I got like 4 gold assassins. Four gold assassins, 5 riders, most of whom we don't really use. Like, Lancer is my weak class, though. I am not looking forward to the upcoming lottery with this as my Lancer roster. It's going to be a very tough fight. It's going to be a very tough farm. Oh, really? My archers are okay, I guess. I only have 3 archers, but I'm okay with them. Yeah. Lancer is my weakest class. I need a random Karna spook. I'd really like that. Random Karna or a random Enkidu spook. That's the only class I'm hoping for. Yeah, my Saber selection's pretty solid. Our rider selection got heavily boosted by events, but I'm not complaining about that. Please, something. Oh, look, someone with excellent taste. A Grailed Penthesile. Mine is like 898 right now. I'll send you a friend request just on that basis. Now I have to look you up again to look at your support list. See if it's any good. 2, 3, 6, 8, 6, 6, 7. I look up F again. What do we got? What do we got for supports? This is a fun list. Mecha Ellie-chan, Mordred. Oh, you're working on getting everyone there. Not bad. 2 aerial drives, so you've been either you got really lucky or you've been playing like at least a year. Mordred with key. This caster, Gilgamesh, you don't seem very enthusiastic about him. Hold up, are these the CEs for the next Christmas event? No pirates? I actually have some of those. Very cheap. I like how these pair very well with each other. Shit, what do we actually need for next Christmas? The next event, what is the next event? It's the Altera rerun, right? Musashi's a good single target saber, yeah. I haven't actually done that. I'm gonna check right now. The next event is the Altera rerun, right? It's the Christmas from the Underworld, right? Yeah, okay. Let's just do a quick look and see what I actually need to equip. Let's see, my window capture. What do we need? I just googled this. Oh, I don't like Grand Order Wiki that much. Blah, 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 blah. What does it want? Oh, okay. Oh, it's the Starry Nights one. Shit, I actually have 4 copies of Starry Nights. Let's see. Where is... Did I... My notepad is missing. Alright, that's a thing. So it's actually the Merry Sheep, Starry Night, Snow Pirates, and Party Time. Okay. Who are the rate up servants? Oh, okay. It's drop rate up for servants. Ishtar and Kidu. I don't have you. Ushi Wakamaru? Okay. Ushi, Castergill. I probably put Castergill over Paracelsus. My Paracelsus is pretty well set up. Altera, okay, cool. That's not bad. I could have like half the rate. I have like half the slots to put someone in. Yeah, an Enkidu on in a restaurant right up, right? Down here. Yeah, this is the Enkidu Aresh banner. Good shit. Kind of want both of these. Because my Lancer roster sucks. We just saw my Lancer roster. It's so bad. And this is, I believe, a capped at 10 boxes lottery, right? So, at least we're getting Seeds of Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil. Cool. So those are the CEs and servants I need to put on. Alright. I think I'm just gonna do that right now. No sense waiting. Should clean that up, as it's probably gonna be a few days out yet, but like I don't want to be off, and I actually have some of the CEs already, so we may as well do that now. Alright, we'll start with servants. Replace you. Servants, caster, Gilgamesh, and caster slot. What is this sorted by level? Oh, it's like backwards. Yeah, just reverse this. Caster, Gilgamesh, Rider, Oshi. Even though my Oshi isn't really all that jacked, pretty good. Mash and Extra, I guess? We already have Mash and Extra from the last event. Not bad. I guess we'll put Leonidas and Lancer. Why not? Caster, caster, caster. Do I just leave Waver and Extra because Waver's good? Or do I swap to like Paracelsus or something? I think I just leave Waver because he's good and people want him at random. For farming shit. As it is a lottery event. Oh well. Still missing like 2 or 3 classes, which is unfortunate, but there is no assassin for this event. So there's that. Like, no one has an assassin or berserker because there isn't an assassin or berserker. Although I'd rather just run like Panthers. Alright, cool. And CEs, I have a bunch of these CEs. They might be kicking around in my second archive though. Snow Pirates on Sabers apparently. Let's see. I definitely don't have the 5-star because I believe it's event specific. Alright, it won't be able to sort by event. This is a pain. I know I have Snow Pirates somewhere. There's one. Oh, I MLB'd my Snow Pirates. That was probably a mistake. Oh well. And the other one, I'm pretty sure I have a copy of Party Time. I think it's a 4-star? I must have missed it. Party Time on Assassin? Probably not going to rock that. Caster, Party Time. This is my second spoiler list, right? Yeah. Could have sworn I had one. I just wasn't looking for it when I went through it the first time. I don't? Really? I could have sworn I had a... Weird. I would have sworn anything I had a Party Time. Weird. Maybe I'm just blind? That's always my first thought, is that I just didn't notice it somehow. It does not appear to be the case. I'll check my second archive later for Party Time. And then the 5-star is Starry Nights. What did they recommend here? Assassin and Rider? Yeah, sure. Kind of awkward putting a Buster up on your Rider, but whatever. These are both maxed out? Yeah. Okay. Buster up on Rider, and other one is Assassin. At least it's 40% NP gauge, so it's not completely useless. Okay. And, oh, they also want one for this. I'm pretty sure I have, something better. I'm pretty sure I have another Starry Nights, so I'm gonna just check my second archive real quick. We're checking for the 4-stars, so craft essences, second archive to inventory. And we are checking, there's 1 Starry Nights. So we'll just move that right away. There shouldn't be a second one, so we're not going to do that. I could have sworn I kept... Yeah, here we go. 2 of them right here. There we go. And in the event, we kept one around, which is unlikely. Oh, we actually did keep one. Shit, here we go. There we go. Second archive being amazing for us. Alright. Yeah, now we can fix this. Caster Gilgamesh getting the 4-star. I should just filter out the 5 stars. Too much work. Here we go. They're both level 1. Not exactly good cards for Gilgamesh, but whatever. Or good CEs for Gilgamesh, but we'll live. Other 5-star CEs going on Leonidas. I assume this means that these aren't on rotation, because they kind of just straight up said, put these on. And we don't really have anyone. Uriel is obviously not our best archer, so we're probably going to swap her for someone who's better. Probably farm in the event someone actually... Unlikely MESC is any use. But... he's probably getting aerial drive. Mash. We don't have any... I mean, they recommend Mash, but they didn't give any CEs, so it'll just be any event CE we can put on her would be good. I'm thinking all our Starry Nights are used already. Probably the 4-star. When in doubt. I believe you have to roll for Starry Nights in the party time, so they might actually see use. Waver will also get something. Probably the 3-star one. There we go. There we go. Yeah. I forget who I was rolling for last time it was up, but I have them. Because it was like the first banner I rolled on. And I was really hoping to get that 50%. Because that magical 50%, if you MLB it, is what you're looking for. But, didn't quite reach it, as you can see. Alright. Oh, Penthesilea, that's not a great CE for her either. I guess we rock drop... Ooh, do we have... Hold up. We only had 2 of the 4-stars. And 2 of the 3-stars. And I didn't think we had another Starry Nights. Because Dive to Blue is not great for her. She wants Buster up. Or NP damage up. I mean, NP damage is on Dive to Blue, but... the arts up is kind of wasted. Yeah, we only have 3 Starry Nights. That's unfortunate. I do not know what to give you. We'll just leave this for now. We'll leave this... oh. I don't expect Penthesilea is going to see much use in this event, so it doesn't really matter too much. There'll be an event CE we change it to when we get it. When we get into the event. Because I believe Mary Sheep is the event CE, so... I mean, there's not even a reason to really take Berserkers in this event. Because there's no Berserkers bonus. Is he asking for a roast? Because we can go roast Guardian Soulblade if his support list is bad. He's asking for it, so we're gonna do it. Because we're not doing anything right now. We just finished updating our support list. GS Blade. The NP5 Nobu. The I didn't want to commit my lores Ryoma. Like, you have this Hasan, you click, okay, 91? 91? What is this? This 91 here? This should not be a thing. Please, please fix the 91. Alright. We got Nobu with Victor of the Moon. Shiba possibly stuck in Stake Hell. Yeah, this isn't too bad. I mean, I don't know why there's an aerial drive on Hokusai. That seems kind of weird. You've clearly been playing long enough to get a King Hassan, so you should have Painting Summer. Unless this aerial drive is like level 100. Yeah. This is what Painting Summer or Dive to Blue is for. Hokusai is an art servant. You need to fix that. Unless you skipped Summer, I don't know why that aerial drive's on there. Actually, you know what? I have a lot of questions about this, like why you have 3 bunny CEs equipped. Decapitating Bunny is like really out of date for this. Alright. This is up to date though. This says I'm ready for the next event. But seriously, bro, like what is this? You have like 3 decapitating bunnies on your normal CE your normal CE list? What? I mean, I get they would look cute with bunny ears. You're just waiting for our ruler Artoria? Yeah, Steak Hell sucks. Sorry to see that. And you just whiffed on the Dive to Blue MLB, I guess? Because you have to farm for that if you haven't participated in both events. I believe they only give you 4 dive to Blues. I mean, I feel like you're just leaving Hokusai here waiting for a replacement because she's 1-1-1. Like most people put her to like 4 or 6 at least. Like her first skill is a 30% battery when it's maxed out. Oh, people keep fighting bosses with Invincible. People really want an Artoria for bosses with invulnerability pierce? I mean, if you're getting someone who's taking them all the time. If you're getting someone who's taking her all the time, I'm not going to tell you to stop. I'm just surprised that people actually want the invulnerability pierce on 2 farming servants. Because, like, Aerial Drive feels like it would be way better on Lancer Artoria, where she can instantly NP. Yeah, Hokusai likes bones. I'm glad my Hokusai is already maxed. Yeah, your CE choices seem really wonky, but I'm not gonna be too mad. It looks like you should have options because you've been playing at least a year because you have Drunk Jalter and King Hassan. But I mean, King Hassan might have been from GSSR. What does Hokusai actually take for materials? I mean, you shouldn't have to mess around with your normal setup once. It should just be your best servants done. Or like the fancy servants you want to flex on people with. This one seems to be up to date though, because you have like all 10-10-10 Merlin, Mash, all that good shit. What does... Hokusai doesn't actually require that many bones. She only requires 30. Which isn't too bad. Yeah, everyone's gonna go nuts for bones. Bones and lottery is really good. Alright, one more run of this, and I think I have to take a 5-minute break and swap over to JP. We actually just managed to hit 17 AP. Everyone needs bones. I know, right? It's like... if you don't need bones, fucking nobody needs them. And the minute you need a material, everybody needs it. It's never just like one servant needs material. It's always like, alright, I have 500 pages. Freaking no servants require pages. Why do people complain about farming pages? And then you're like, I'm gonna roll. And you get literally one servant. And you're like, alright, they need pages. That's not too bad. You start leveling them up and you're like, shit, this other servant I'm leveling also needs pages, and then this other servant, and this other, and suddenly you need like 1,500 pages to get anything done because all your servants require pages. Yeah, I'm okay on bones right now, mostly because my Shiki is stuck. Yeah, I'm not leveling up my Shiki skills because I already have like her first skill to 9. But I could very easily throw myself into bone hell just by deciding to level up Shiki's 2nd and 3rd skills. So I'm glad you're like immediately appreciating Helena, right? Like if you don't have Waver, she's insanely good. It's just like my Waver is already Bond 10. He goes in every single team, not like 5 minutes after you pull Waver. You're just like, holy shit, this guy's bananas. He goes in every team you put him in. Oh, Sakumi, she needs pages. Oh no. Farming is the real gacha. Too true, too true. Yeah, you gotta do a lot of farming and to succeed at gacha. You gotta farm for your materials, you gotta farm for your XP, you gotta farm for your real life money so you can open your wallet and give it to your waifu. Ooh, a Nazah. Cool. I wish Nazah's battery was bigger, but I like Nazah. Mostly because she's my only AoE Lancer. Oh, this is the wrong turn to do that. Ooh. I'm being distracted. Just a little bit too distracted. Yeah, the fact that Helena can like also NP is actually a nice upside. If you're just farming, Waver's NP is completely useless and you never want to give him anything. But if you have like a K-scope or like an imaginary element or a K-scope, you can really make use of Helena's NP to clear waves. Which is one thing you can't do with Waver. He also gives color up instead of damage up, right? Which is also a neat trick. Oh yeah, Abby needs stakes if you rolled for Abby. So does Aresh Kagal, as I recall, if anyone's planning on rolling for her. So, if you're already in stake hell, Aresh Kagal is just gonna dig you deeper. I believe Aresh Kagal requires a ton of stakes. Let's double check while we're watching animations. Okay, Aresh Kagal just casually needs 206 or 216 stakes. Have fun. He also needs like 100 or 150, 143, 142. I can math, I swear. 142 chains. Good luck with that. Yep. 72 stakes per skill. Enjoy. That's true. She really only needs her middle skill maxed out. She can get away with everything else being worse. But that still means you need a minimum of 72 stakes. Because you desperately need that 50%. I mean, you don't desperately need it, but you really want that 50% battery and mana burst. Like, that's her best farming skill. Mana burst? Stapled? To a battery? The perfect farming skill. And it's like a real mana burst too, so it's 50%, 50%. Farm for hearts in Salem and the stakes will come rolling in. Yeah, but you still need like 100 stakes. I'm actually pretty good on hearts, I think. I think I have like 80, 90 hearts. I've almost never been out of hearts on this account. Feels good. Japanese sugar sticks called chitosame. Never heard of them. I wonder if they taste good. I'm gonna completely ignore these quests until I'm like down to 1 or 2 days left, and then I'll try to focus on them. For the most part, I've gotten like 4 of them done, and I haven't really tried to do anything special. So I'm not gonna rush on that. You just want the mana burst? Why would you just want the mana burst? You're a farming servant. You always, if you have mana burst, you almost always want to be mana bursting on the turn you're NPing. And even if not, you usually want them to, the 2 abilities to line up a lot of the time. Ooh, Midday Lily. Midday Lily is fun. Is that how you picked for your 4-star? I honestly haven't leveled up my Midday Lily that much. Or skilled her up. I know she's good. Midday Lily, where are you? I probably should have just gone to the Spirit Origin list. Where's my Midday Lily? Like 622. Yeah, I kind of kept her skills down. Of course, that's because I have so many stupid casters I need to level up. Like, Jesus Christ. I need Paracelsus leveled up and skilled up because I had to do the Gilfest farm. And then I have Cersei who I want to level up because I want a single target caster. And then I have Nitocris. Anastasia is mostly leveled, but she's still sitting at 111. Got so many stupid casters. Oh my god. The caster gems. I need all the caster gems. Oh, that's fair. Midday Lily is a very unique servant anyway. She's kind of fun. I like throwing her out sometimes because all she has is healing. And like, if you need to reset a fight via healing, she can really save your bacon. But I don't think she's super powerful in terms of the game. Because this game is very much prefers healing over time. Like Hans or Merlin. Rather than burst healing, which Midday Lily supplies. Because, like, there's almost no situation in which you survive an NP, an AoE NP from the enemy, and then need to recover, which is what Midday Lily, in theory, would be good for. Is, like, that snap recovery. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I mean, the team I was looking at, I needed Paracelsus and Sieg, and Paracelsus had easier materials, whereas Sieg requires like 60 fangs, which I also didn't have. So I just like farmed out the gems for Paracelsus and did him instead, because he's also a good wave 1 clearer, because he has a battery, whereas Sieg, if you didn't have him fully set up, he was basically useless. I mean, Paracelsus is a good servant for like clearing wave 1. In fact, he might, if he had more damage, he'd be better than a rat, or killed himself, he'd be better than a Rash. But I mean, like, the fact that he can instantly battery himself is really useful. Yeah, unfortunately Asclepius is story locked, but he's crazy strong. I wish I'd been rolling, or wish I'd had him for my JP account. That'd be kind of nice. I know he's one of the best casters. Alright. I will be back in a couple minutes. I just need to take a quick bathroom break. And when I'm back, we'll be playing on JP. Because I'm out of AP and don't really see a reason to spend apples on this account right now. Ooh, Sieg needs night. I have night medals these days actually. I have like 100. Anyway, I will be right back. Alright. Back with JP this time. The nice thing about farming bones is that you can farm bones forever. The irritating thing about farming bones is that you can farm bones forever. It's nice to be able to farm 1,000,000 bones, but nice to be able to play for a while without running out of AP. But when you want to get some fucking bones, there's nowhere you can go that just like get like 10 bones for 40 AP or something like that. Alright. I think this account just needs to burn through the story now. Wait, 2 AP? Oh, I forgot Summer Melt was a thing. Shit, when is Summer Melt released? Are they doing Christmas? No, JP just finished Christmas. They had their Christmas event at the end of October. It's really weird. Like, I don't know what they're planning on doing for it, but it's weird. Now they have a raid up with a summer servant too. It's super weird. Anyway, this is like a 3-star only. This is like a 3-star for all content that we haven't cleared once account. So glorious 3 stars. I've rolled a lot of YOLO rolls for random servants, so I have like a ton of 5 stars on this account, but I can't actually use any of them. Alright. Blah blah blah. We got 3 classes. Yeah, okay. I guess Uriel would be a better choice here. In the event we die. I think we're gonna demolish this though, so I'm gonna actually put Lubu here. The new event? I unfortunately don't... This is my only Japanese account, so I unfortunately can't tell what's going on in that event, but it looks cool. It's Lost Belt 1 locked, I believe, right? We're hanging out with Nero. Are you playing the Imaginary Scramble event? What's going on with it? Yeah, that's weird. That's a weird start in the first place. Okay. I've done a couple events on this account, so it's like really weird running into enemies that all your servants can like one-shot. Okay, they're calling it 4.5. Alright. That sounds about right. Shit, what's with all these stupid... Alright, whatever. I'm not gonna question it. These guys all have like 1,000 hit points. Saber Lancelot? They both fill very different roles. Heracles is the last stand servant. Saber Lancelot is a self-sufficient arts crit servant who focuses on boss killing. I mean, like, you can't... They sort of overlap if you're just using Heracles to solo everything, but he's technically better. Like, Lancelot's probably going to put out more damage in normal situations. Against Lancers, that is. Or against Lancers, that is. Like, I think it's worth picking up Lancelot. Assuming you're meaning Saber Lancelot. If you mean Berserker, I would only pick up Berserker a lot if you were looking for Scotty. If you had Scotty, or if you were specifically looking for an AoE Berserker. As Berserker Lot's like the only AoE Berserker on the 4-star ticket, right? So he kind of just wins AoE Berserker by default, but if you don't need an AoE Berserker, he's not the best if you aren't sticking him to a battery or a K-scope. Because he has no battery skill. So you have to get him to his NP. I mean, I can't read. I can read hiragana and katakana, so I basically can't read Japanese, so it doesn't really matter to me. Yeah. Yeah, if you have Scotty, Berserker Lot's a really good choice. Saber Lot's solid, but he fills a very different role. Oh, Frankenstein's also AoE, that's true. I can't believe I forgot about her. I even own a copy of her. I think Berserker Lot is slightly better because he doesn't stun himself, though. Alright, what do we got? Give me, like, a random 3-star that's in class. Benny. Okay, you're telling me that this servant's a woman? That does not look like a woman. Three-star Grell Uriel, alright. We can go. Yeah, the best bet at the 3-star ticket is your favorite servant. The next best choice is like whatever helps your account most. If you don't have Waver, Helena is almost always the best choice. If you don't have Waver or aren't playing together. If you have like Waver or Merlin or even Scotty already, you may not need her though. Because like the exact best choice, once you like remove Helena, it's very murky which servant you want to pick as your free 4-star. There's a lot of choices you could pick. Yeah, this account's at the start of Septum. But I mean, we've done a couple events, so we're a little bit further than our power level's a little bit above most of Septum. There's gonna be a lot of one-shot enemies move on. Exciting clearing through Japanese Septum. We can't read anything, so all we can do is go, oh look, pretty pictures. And erase a few servants here and there. Oh look, the first anime we can't one-shot. Okay, can probably one-shot, Oh, we can arts combo Uriel? Probably not. I don't know if we'll actually get to MPing. Ooh, good choice. The Shinjuku outfit looks good. Lu Bu does not kill this guy in one turn. There is no chance that happens. Especially because we don't have the materials or the gems for him. Alas. I like this. I like Salter's Shinjuku outfit. Oh, here we go. Salter is just a good AoE saber. Probably she is definitively the best AoE saber you can pick from the 4-star pool right now. %. We're almost there. Too bad we don't get to see Uriel's NP. I actually like her new NP animation. They did a really good job changing around Uriel. Yeah, when your account's pretty out-leveled, you forget it. I mean, I do still kind of know. This account is relatively leveled, but they're like no one's max ascension. So when I go into the event nodes and it's like level 90, I get friggin' stomped into the ground. Oh, what am I doing? What am I doing? I was like, Naza, I can't read this. Yay, free materials. Oh man, I forgot that. They let you unlock the free quest the minute you clear the node. I forgot that was a thing. A level 26 Nero, oh my god. Oh, we can't use your story. I mean, it would actually be harder for us if we used the story lock servant than if we used this level 90 Billy I'm about to steal. Because he's way the fuck stronger. The rule is only 3 stars, but a Grail Billy is kind of cheating. Alright. I'm just sticking with Lubu because he's good against everyone. Unfortunately, we're low on horseshoes because the last 2 events didn't have horseshoes. So he's stuck on Ascension because we also need Ushi Wakamaru, and she's kind of more important when we start running into bosses. We're in town. Nero is saying something, probably about how beautiful she is, or how she's the best emperor and everybody loves her. Oh, you've actually been going for a while. I'm surprised. It's been 5.5 hours? Shit. His base is 3 stars. I mean, I will be grailing though. I will be grailing my 3 stars when I get there. That's like the only way I'm gonna clear this. Gonna clear the game. Like, I fully intend on running grailed 3 stars into the Lost Belts. So, it's sort of fair. I was just thinking, it's actually probably going to be harder to run a level 26 against these guys than a level 90 against these guys. But I mean, I guess we aren't really expecting to fail in Septum at all in the first place. Like, if we somehow manage to die... I don't know why Lubu seems really loud. If we somehow manage to die in Septum, that's gonna be really awkward. Wait. Oh, no, I didn't want to select that. I wanted to look at this. Summer Melchorless. What? This is not this summer. This is last summer, right? So this would be like the upcoming summer event. God damn it! I want this Melchorless Lancer. Not only because her penguin costume looks rad, Yeah, we'll actually have to play properly during Camelot. For now, we just demolish everything because it's hard. I would be pulling in a Berserker, but nobody freaking runs any 3-star Berserkers. Like, it took me forever looking for a 3-star Berserker and I still couldn't find him. Yeah, until Camelot, we're basically just speedrunning the game. We might slow down during bosses, but that's about it. It's like what they're like. Ku Alter is probably gonna have a shit ton of health. We won't be able to just roll through him, especially because we're low on horseshoes, so we can't. Our servants, who are good single target, are kind of restricted. Like Lu Bu, we don't have the horseshoes for him, so we can't do anything. Yeah, for us in NA, it's next summer we get Summer Meltress. So that's something to look forward to that I forgot about. I'm gonna have to roll for that at some point. Even if it's a few tickets, I really want Summer Melt. Cause I like Meltress in general. I think she's my favorite of the BB alter ego group. The next best is King Prote. But I think Prote is a 5-star, so that's gonna be even harder to get a hold of. Oh, you son of a bitch. Please tell me you kill him. There we go. Hans. If I had another Berserker leveled, I would just run 3 Berserkers here. Oh. Oh, okay, so... all these should kill. Actually, one of my Grail targets is Ku, because he's going to be... he is an absolutely essential DPS for a 3-star account, as far as I can tell. His sheer survivability is what puts him on top for 3 stars, right? Like, he has an upgraded NP. He is decent NP gain. He's retardedly hard to kill. And you need that damage to kill bosses, because you're a 3-star, so everything takes longer. Oh, these mixed nodes. Alright. Yeah, next year, Summer Meltress. I would show her off. But these are all new quests for us, so we can't actually use 4 stars. But if you like Meltress, I mean, you're gonna like Summer Melt. Miss Magic Ice Skates with like razor blade feet. Fun times. Are everyone's favorite sadist. At the very least, he's gonna kill guys really well. I was actually thinking of grailing Billy. Personally, I mean, obviously Uriel needs to be 10-10-10 on an account like this, but I feel like a grailed Billy would do a lot more damage, like, would give you the burst damage you need, because he can, this ability is a 50% battery at NP, at a 10. So he can pull out a lot of damage from fucking nowhere. Yeah, that's not good for us. How do we run this in a way that isn't bad for us? Okay, this one isn't a 1 turn. Unfortunately. It doesn't really matter what we pick, just someone. It's mostly about Uriel's skills, which are what give her the lockdown shenanigans. You pair her with Steno, and then you can just lock down bosses for like 5 turns, 6 turns in a row. Depends on how your skill levels are, because you you're relying on the charm chance, which means, and your charm charm cooldown reduction, which means you need the skills. The actual levels don't matter too much for Uriel, other than like her boss damage on NP. Hold up. Since we're using him frontline, that makes more sense. This is the NP one, right? Buster Quick. To my knowledge, that's what we care about for Uriel, her skill levels. Because her first skill is also a battery. And a charge drain, which can lock down servants from NPing even if you've CC'd them for like 10 turns. Then you're like, oh, well, you've been CC'd for 10 turns. You're gonna NP? No, charge drain. It's a fun composition, but they kind of shut it down in the Lost Belts. Because so many bosses have mental debuff immunity, so you can't lock things down with Uriel. As people kept posting videos that are like, Uriel spends like, Uriel and Steno, 8 turns. No damage dealt, no active turn for the AI. I imagine that's why they shut it down. Because it trivialized a lot of boss fights, you just use arts combos and Steno Uriel. Alright, one guy, okay. Get me to the hard content game. I kind of wish you could fast forward sometimes. Yeah, Uriel's anti-mail is so good. Before I had a good DPS, before I had like a good Berserker DPS going, because my Lubu was underleveled, I was actually bringing Uriel to any male boss fight. Because she does so much anti-mail damage with that NP. Like, it's actually worth bringing her to anything she's not counterclassed by. Like, she's really good against Berserkers. She's male Berserkers, that is. She's really good against, even like, what was the last boss fight I brought her for damage in? I brought her for damage. The last fight I brought her for damage that she didn't counterclass in was, I believe, the dog in, Shinjuku. I actually brought her as a dedicated DPS for that, because she could also drain, buy me a turn. And her anti-mail damage made sure she actually dealt okay DPS, because my roster at the time was abysmal. I almost want, oh, we don't even care about bond points here. Can I get like a 3-star someone? Hey. We're bringing a 1-star. Never mind the fact that his stats are like twice as high as the rest of my whole teams. Oh, I believe she'd destroy Suture. I'm trying to remember what my comp was for Suture and what ended up happening. I know I didn't have Archeria for Suture. Or Archeria for Suture, so I had Emiya and I probably had Emiya, David, and Kristen as my DPS support team, with Waver as like the 3rd slot. It was probably like, what did I do? I'd probably do like Waver or Mash, and then one of my archers. Probably either Uriel or yeah, Bunyan is rock solid. We got our Berserker DPS, so shit, that's not actually gonna kill him. Bunyan is a very solid DPS for 1-star. Only thing he does. People really like him. Is this a new costume for him? I don't recognize this costume. He looks like a murder lolly. Like, he's got friggin' hearts on his axe and like pig blood. I think this is a new costume dress. It looks pretty cool. Waver, Merlin, Asagami, Uriel, and Emi Archer. That's a solid team. I know I had Tristan and or David on my backline because I definitely command them it. Because I go into the boss fights usually blind, so when Surtur would NP, I would definitely combat suit in one of those two. I don't know what my 6th slot would be. Yeah, probably Uriel. It'd probably be like all archers. Oh no, there is... Don't you have Napoleon support for the Surtur fight? Is this a Monty Pythion? I don't actually know what that looks like. I don't even know what that is supposed to be. A Monty Python. I don't know what a Monty Python is. In terms of clothing. Still. Payscope Bunyan, trivializing fights like nobody's business. Alright. Well. Might take a couple turns to kill this wave. Yeah. Ah, it's a force support with Sigurd. Then I would have brought Sigurd, I guess. I was gonna say, I mean, for my main account, I always bring story support if they're optional. Or always bring story support. So he would be in the front line. Probably died quickly. Oh, that's what it is. Oh, you mean she's just the killer rabbit? Yeah, okay. I didn't really see a Holy Grail reference in Bunyan. So that kind of went over my head and I was like, okay, maybe there's a reference in how she gets the costume dress, but seeing someone in a killer rabbit outfit does... Oh, I guess that would work, yeah. Yeah, whatever. If it had been a Knight of the Round Table in that costume, I think it would have made more sense to me right away. It just didn't click for me for a minute. I was like, Killer Rabbit? I don't get it for some reason. Maybe because I'm a dumbass. I've seen that movie like 20 times though, so I don't know how it completely went up, just poof, right over my head. Medusa, that was a terrible choice. Medusa is counterclassed by the fucking assassins. Yeah. I have in fact seen Monty Python and the Holy Grail a lot of time. That was one of my favorite movies for the longest time. With these great big fangs. I liked, in Tristan's interlude, they have a bunch of references to Monty Python and the Holy Grail, including going through the entire Killer Rabbit scene as he describes it to you from a first-person perspective. He even mentions how, like, Sir Boris gets decapitated by the rabbit. It's great. Alright, so Medusa is, like, the worst possible choice here. Don't know how we managed that, but we did. If you haven't read through it. Well, I guess most people probably don't have a Tristan, right? So they wouldn't know that Tristan's interlude is a Monty Python reference, because he's friggin' hard to acquire, right? He's story locked? Yeah, that sucks. Alright. Like, I picked up Tristan. Oh. In that case, you learned something new. Tristan's interlude's actually kind of fun. Although, he isn't called Despacito or Sad Archer for nothing, so he's pretty depressed the whole interlude. How did we whip this hard on? Well, whatever. He's hella depressed the whole interlude, but you do get that story out of him. And a couple other couple other Knights of the Round stories, which is kind of fun. Alright. Irritating assassins. This whole node was assassins, minus these hands. God damn it. Oh, that's cool. Camelot raid up. Alright. Lu Bu, it's time to unleash your true power. I think this is fast Noble Phantasms, we'll just turn it off. In case you haven't seen it, there's his new Noble Phantasm. I really like Lu Bu's new animations as well. They did a good job with those. Very creative. He uses all the different portions of the God Force. With sword in one animation, Tonfa in another, spear in another, bow in his NP. Now that's even though it's a single target NP, that's still quite an impressive blast. Looking forward. Actually, do we have that already on GP? I can't remember. Or on NA? I don't remember that. My Lu Bu is probably still like level 40. Oh, we unlocked a bunch of free quests. Cool. I wonder how many sections are in this. The answer is too many, but I wonder how many. More story. We're in a forest with Nero. Look, I can read Nero's name. Praise me, for I can read some amount of Japanese. This says class Saber, I think. Just practicing my reading speed. I can sort of read some of the characters, but to read them really quickly at a glance is definitely something you need to practice. A lot more than simply knowing what the character means. Lu Bu punches people to death, the singularity. Will Lu Bu become the new savior of friends? Oh, well, it's certainly not going to be Hans. Alright, what do we got next? Oh. Anything that doesn't cause a chain is better here. Alright. That awkward moment when you're like, if he had been foed, wouldn't he have cleared this? The account is so new, I do not believe we have much more than 20 foes to give out. Between all of our servants. Saber. 3-star sabers that people like are very few and far between. I mean, 3-star savers in general. I think we had someone on follow with Caesar, but that might have been just for the event. Too bad. Close enough. You need to do London and America. Oh yeah, you're clearing those too. I feel like this game is much more entertaining when you can read the dialogue. Just skipping through the easy quests. It's 8 seconds. Oh, it's 8 months. It's old, but you never passed Okeanos. Yeah, I haven't actually looked at anyone's JP teams. Yeah, it's kind of hard. It's kind of draining just playing the battles, especially if you like already know what you're doing. If you can't experience the story as well, I can understand why you like stopped at Okeanos, because like having basically no context is kind of just boring. Like you enjoy the story and the setting. And when they take that away, you're just like, not really happy with anything. Oh yeah, I'm sure you can clear Arc 1 again, no problem. Like, if you've cleared, like, through the Lost Belts, like, even on NA, I'm positive you can do whatever you want to do for, JP. Because the accounts, like, the game is even easier on JP, right? Like, all the servants that you get as story supports actually have they actually have CEs equipped to them instead of being completely empty. Alright, let's see what the account of someone who's never passed Okeanos is. He says it's old, but he hasn't passed Okeanos. So let's see. Friends list. Search. 331-554-699. Yeah, you can always use Surfer Orion. I guess that works for someone who's stuck in Okeanos. You have like a few. Looks like you played recently. This is. Okay, that's regular. That's Abby in a costume, I think, not Summer Abby. I don't know who the rider is. Or the Berserker. Obviously, Nightingale, Saber. I think this is what's his face. Rob, blah 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 blah. Old account. I'm not sure what you want me to respond to. You haven't played much. We haven't gotten anywhere on it. Other than that, it exists. I can't really comment on that. Like, it's clear you're not playing too much on the account. Maybe you're working towards something, but like, obviously, the best course of action is just to keep going. You have a decent set of servants. Like, that's probably what I'd say is, from a quick glance, you have a decent set of servants you can work with on the account. You want encouragement to keep going. There's the Lost Belts. The Lost Belts you haven't played yet, that you want to experience for gameplay purposes, or the events you haven't seen yet and you want to be prepared for. You don't randomly get blindsided by random bullshit. Yeah, I kind of need to stop playing at some point and make some dinner. Depending on how long it takes for us to clear the next few nodes, I'll probably keep playing. But I'm thinking I might wind down a bit. I've been going like 6 hours, and I haven't had anything since I had lunch. kind of want to make dinner at least. I got out something from the freezer when I swapped over to JP. But still kind of hungry and want something to eat. I mean, I'm just taking my time going through this. Like, I mean, I know I'm speedrunning, but like, I'm not rushing to get to the end, even though I know there's an event going on, because I mostly play JP in my spare time while I want to keep streaming. It's like, oh, we're done on NA. I guess I'll go play JP. That's my current plan. Oh, you die first? Yeah, Uriel probably shouldn't attack. She's not going to kill it. I mean, she's not going to kill the third guy if she hits him, right? Can she crit? Time to find out. They really put some effort into Uriel's animations, trying to make an archer that's not really a combatant a little bit more exciting. Because both Uriel and Steno are both terrible in combat, you know, right? They're not like epic fighters or known for killing a bajillion people like Gorgon. Holy shit. An actual assassin. 3-star. Wait, even better. A level 90 Grailed Charlotte. Oh, a level 100 Hassan. What the heck? I kind of just want to take the Charlotte for giggles. I know Hassan would be better. That's tough. Who do I like more, Charlotte or Hassan? They're both so cool. I think we go with I think I go with Charlotte because I don't know her animations. Yeah, Rushing Story is actually super boring. Even if you already know the story, Rushing Story is kind of boring because it's so easy. Like, I could talk about literally anything while playing this because it takes 0 effort and I'm not in any danger. Like, I can't even screw up like a farming sequence because it's just click command cards, win the battle. The like nice breaks in between the gameplay segments are nice, give you some context for what you're doing, and more of an impetus to keep playing. Whereas if you're just rushing story, you're just killing mobs for the sake of killing mobs. Okay, that's a fight. I don't know what any of Charlotte's abilities do. Ah, I didn't want to click you. Missed tab. Clicked between the two. Alright. I don't know what any of those do. I assume she doesn't have a 50% battery since she's not like... Charlotte is a 1-star, so I assume she doesn't have a huge battery. If she did, that'd be really weird. In theory, I should also be attacking Spartacus first here. But you know, I may as well see how far I can throw before I get punished, right? What's this do? Death and evade. Special attack? Something? Arts up. It just gives arts up. Okay, whatever. Do some damage. I know she crit. Although the animations are alright. Okay, that second attack where the wisp goes through his body, I have no clue why that's one hit. It feels so weird. Like, you can't honestly tell me it feels like it should be a one-hit attack. It feels like it should do like 2 or 3 hits. It's so weird. Oh wow. There's actually quite a delay on the stream right now. Is it just accumulated over time? Like, it's like a good 20 seconds behind it. It's usually only like 5-10. Like, I'm watching the stream right now, and we're still in the battle, and I'm kind of sitting here at this thing here. I guess you'll get the it when we're there. Saber, unlikely. Oh yeah, there's like never a 3-star saber. What am I doing? Just give me a 3-star Lancer coup. Here we go. When in doubt, just use Lancer coup. This is where we've just started our campaign against the emperors, right? I kind of wish you could like just skip whole story sections. Actually having to play through this is kind of tedious, but I mean, I don't hate the gameplay, it's just way too easy right now. And you don't, like, the reward for beating this is like the next section of story. But I've already read the story, and the next section of story I can't read because I can't speak Japanese, so it's kind of irritating. But like, I would actually reread the whole story. I think it's worth replaying, for the most part. At least to comment on how much they've changed things, you know. Oh, back when they did this, it made a little more sense, but it was like really wonky this time around, or, you know, being glad they fixed the characterization of one thing or another. But it's hard to comment on this because there's no mechanics in most of these fights. And there's well, we aren't really encountering any bosses either. You created another game. Yeah. I was thinking about that, but I want to play the new Lost Belts, right? And like JP has different event schedules. So when there's nothing going on in NA, I can go play events in JP, but I just need an account that's leveled or in a position to do that. I was actually kind of thinking that yeah, the fights get interesting at Camelot. It's just a ways to go to reach Camelot for interesting fights. Like, they'll actually be challenging too, as it is. We did a couple events, so we're over leveled, and it's making the whole game a little bit too easy. It's not normally this easy if you're playing through it normally, right? Unless maybe in your experience that's actually what you did and you participated in an event, leveled up your servants as much as you can. $2 on eBay. That's actually not a bad idea. Like, that's not a terrible idea. If it's actually that cheap. Just pick something that's like starting at Camelot. Because, I mean, this is more tedious than anything. I like the challenge or the interesting story. With like 2200 sync quartz. A lot of sync quartz, man. I assume it's because they made accounts and just like automatically log into them every day or something. And because it's been like 4 years, they just naturally accumulate a shit ton of sync quartz. I'm just curious. Now I'm curious about how they'd make them cheaply and efficiently, because there's no way they're legitimate, like they're paying for that sync quartz, right? So it's probably just existed for like a year or something. Like, the account exists for a couple years. They then sell it out because they have like an automated app to sign into all the accounts every day. Yeah, see, I can see picking up one of those. The game definitely isn't as fun if you skip story. We're only skipping story on JP because we can't read it, right? Oh shit, did I turn on... I turned off long animation? No, we didn't. Too bad. At least it looks cool. You did a good job with that beam. Good job, DW. Give me more beams like that. More beams like that. They look gorgeous. Did you grail Emiya? How much do you like Emiya? That's my answer. I answer a question with a question. Is it rude? Perhaps, but you were asking for it. Emiya does not need to be grailed to function, and he is already level 80 when you level him. I would only grail him if you really like Emiya. There are some servants that strongly benefit from grailing. Like, a good example is Arash, or certain berserkers who just need more damage. Like Lancelot benefits from grailing. Berserker, that is. And people who rely on neutral damage, like foreigners a lot of the time. So like, say Hokusai might benefit a lot from grailing, who is someone who starts at high level. But Emiya is not an amazing... I don't think he's an amazing grail target. He does not need to be grailed. He can accomplish most of what you're looking for without grailing. The things he can't accomplish, maybe grailing helps. You'd have to run the math on that. So I would only grail him if I liked him. Yeah. I mean, if you want someone to grail and you just want to spend the grail on him, I think putting a servant from 80 to 90 isn't unreasonable if you're like, I want to like them, but I have 5 stars that are better and they're not a 5-star. As at around 90, they're more or less competitive. Like the extra 10 levels, because it's a linear scale, it puts them a lot closer to your 5 stars. So you have less of an excuse to drag them out instead of your 5-star. Alright, I guess we're using Uriel's. Like, for example, I put my Nero at 90 because then she's more or less on par with a 5-star. More or less. I say more or less because she's actually slightly worse. Her attack stats just bad for a 4-star, but you know, you can put her in that situation where she's competitive with 5-stars because once you boost their level up with grails, they're competitive with it. So if you're sitting there looking at your who's a 5-star archer, like I don't know, Tesla or something, and you're like, Tesla just deals more damage, why would I run Emiya? Then you can grail, but you want to run Emiya, then you can grail him. Otherwise, I don't see a strong argument for grailing Emiya. I mean, the only reason I say berserkers is because berserkers are flimsy as fuck and just want higher damage stats. Or in the case of Lancelot, he needs to be grailed or higher NP levels to meet the damage thresholds to be used in the double Scotty system. Like Guardian Soulblade said, I would not recommend grailing for anything other than because they're your favorite servant. There's only like a couple servants that actually want grails. And you either don't have them, you usually either don't have them or don't need them to be grailed anyway. Like, if you're saving grails for berserkers because you're planning on getting a Lancelot up to 100, that's a good plan. But otherwise, don't really need them. Like, yeah. For mechanics, you get the most benefit out of throwing grails on lower star characters because they get more levels out of them. And you also get more benefit out of it because 4 stars are more likely to be higher NP levels. So the only thing they're missing is attack stats and health stats. Yes. Arash, I mean, I've seen people with 100 Arashes. He does so much damage if he's like level 90 grailed and throws his NP out. It's disgusting. Admittedly, he doesn't scale as high as 5 stars when he's like crazy grailed, but like 1 or 2 grails into a rash vastly raises the number of nodes that he can open up on. And he can already clear like most wave 1s already, right? Like, he's actually one of the best 1 stars to grail. Yeah. Like, most people would say you don't need to, but the value of grails is like inversely proportional to the star level you are. So like 4 stars are decent because you're still getting 3 and 4 stars are good choices because a lot of them are solid. Yeah, Paul Bunyan's nuts. But again, you don't really need to grail anyone, right? So just grail your favorite servant. If Emiya is your favorite servant, grail the Emiya. Paracelsus is really good. I did not realize how good he was until I leveled him for Gilfest. That guy does so much work. Like, his battery is so strong. He gives NP gain rate up to someone and guts. And then he also has AoE arts up. He's so good. Yeah. But I mean, you don't need to give that many like, if you're gonna give someone a grail for a 5-star grail for 2 levels, it's practically useless. Whereas if you give someone a grail for 5 levels, that's a huge difference. That could be like 500 in all stats. Use Paracelsus in Oni land? I didn't have a use from an Oni land, but I can see why you'd use him. Yeah. Yeah. Grailing to 100 is like super inefficient, so you only ever do that if you're like, oh, I love this guy. Alright, this guy's super dead. Let's see Uriel's NP. I like her new NP. It's still short and simple. I mean, this is a level 90 Uriel. My Okita. I'm tempted to put Okita to level 100. I really like Okita. I've been sitting on Okita and Nero Caster thinking, should I put these to 100? But I just realized, like, when I was spending the 2 grails on Nero that I actually have 26 grails. And Gilgamesh only needs 5 to get level 100. So really I should spend all but 5 grails if I want to. So I might go ham on grailing my favorite servants at some point. Oh, that's a free quest, my bad. Give me that story quest. It's like, I want... Man, I wish Caster Gilgamesh had a fucking battery. I want Caster Gilgamesh to be better, because he's just not that great. But... few ways to go yet on him. Give me someone who's a 3-star. Can I get the 3-star? Oh yeah, here we go, Bunyan. Salter. Salter has a lot of attack. Don't be surprised when she melts people. That's like her whole shtick. Is she does a bajillion damage with her NP. She has high base attack, high NP damage, multiplier, mana burst, and charisma. I thought Sigurd has... I keep thinking Sigurd has low attack. Let me see this. Sigurd. Oh, he actually... 12, 6, 4, 5. Do alter. Oh, he actually does have crazy high attack. What the heck? He's like the 10th highest attack servant in the game. Alright, he actually has crazy high stats. Caster Gilgamesh does hit like a wet noodle with his NP. Actually, it's not the worst NP I've seen, but it's not the most impressive. He has... At least Caster Gilgamesh has attack buffs. And makes it rain stars when he NPs. Like, he doesn't hit the hardest, but... Because my Caster Gil is also NP1. But of the things he does, he can at least mostly do it. Grailing him, it seems like an okay idea. I mean, apart from the fact that I like Gilgamesh, that's one reason I think grailing him's a good idea. Oh, Scythe and Sword, alright. He has 20% defense buff, which you forget about until you suddenly need it. You're like, oh, I have a defense buff, that's weird. And I'm kind of irritated when they buffed Caster Gil's NP that they didn't like reduce the defense down, and instead were like, here, have some crit attack damage, because that's what you want. Kind of weird. But, I mean, it's a thing. I really wish they'd fixed his NP gain, because he should be able to loop. He has the hit count on his NP, but DW is just like, you know what we don't want? We don't want Caster Gil to be able to loop. We're perfectly okay with literally anyone else looping on their own NP, but Caster Gil is too far. Like, Emiya can loop on his own fucking NP, but Caster Gilgamesh instead gets a nerfed NP gain rate whenever he NPs. Yeah, this is a level 90 Bunyan. He is really hacking down those trees. Or in this case, spirits. Oh, congratulations on the 2000 Okita. Yeah, only a level 90. What, you gonna insult someone for rocking level 90 Bunyan? Because it could be level 100? I mean, level 90 is still pretty impressive for a Bunyan. That's a lot of rails, man. I can see why you'd stop at 90. Do an even split because most events give you 2. They'd share, right? Yan Qing or Osaka Behime? How many assassins do you have leveled for DPS? Because Osaka Behime is a support. Like, Osaka Behime is like a failed support, quick support. She's like Scotty alpha stage. Pravati's a looper, so the damage foes are at least not a terrible idea, right? Because I think Parvati has some situations where she can loop without Scotty, right? Like if she massively overkills enemies, she can actually loop by herself. Right? Like I can totally see giving her the massive damage, the extra damage foes. I don't even use Hans's NP most times. I feel like I should almost cut him from the list. Not a terrible idea. Or putting... I mean, if you like someone who's a low star, I would consider putting HP foes on them if you want to bring them to boss fights. Like, for example, Hans has terrible HP. But most people like dedicating their HP and damage foes to one servant at a time. So I can see why you wouldn't do that. Emmy Assassin. Emmy Assassin is also a single target assassin. That is kind of hard to say. That's kind of hard to say then. Like, Yan Qing is gonna be good for you if you need another single target DPS assassin, namely because you don't have an alter ego or a second DPS assassin, as you said. The One Punch Man. But, oh, Shining Fist guy. That's his nickname. But I don't know how important he is to you. Because Osaka, like, if you have some decent quick servants, you can maybe run Osaka Behime because she's a quick support. I don't think either of them are particularly amazing servants, though. Yeah, I think that's why a lot of people grail Hans up a few levels, because that way he can survive a few hits. Yeah, Emmy Assassin's NP gain is pretty atrocious. It's almost painful, considering how many hits his NP has, how little his NP gauge goes up when he uses it. Yeah, neither of those are spectacular assassins. Don't give me this Caster Artorias Scotty lit. Look at this. Look at this list. We're all slaves to the meta. Every single one of us. Except for this guy who randomly has Sieg. Except for these random 2 people. It's like, look, everyone's gone full meta in their caster slot. Yeah. Heard you like supports. I mean, this is a support slot. But if I'm looking for damage supports, I'm having a bad time. Alright, let's see. Might nab that Billy if we can find him. No. Oh, well, Uriel's close enough. I like lots of support. I like many supports. Maybe. Woo for your caster support. Woo is a decent quick support too. Yeah, that's actually like a tough choice. Which assassin to level up? Do you have like 100 faces? I guess you. Shining Fistman's decent enough. I was gonna say 100 faces and Serenity are actually okay as assassins too. No. I'm gonna say Kiara's actually pretty good as an AoE assassin. Most, which you don't have. Alright, you said your only assassin was Emmy Assassin. And Emmy Assassin is not AoE. And I typically recommend, if you're leveling like your first servants, one AoE and one DPS, or one AoE and one single target at every class before you go into duplicates. Unless you're really struggling with certain bosses. So if you're not desperate, you may want to do Kiara just because she's an alter ego, so she basically functions as a AoE servant for 3 different classes. Right? Oh shit, chains. Alright. Because that way you're covered for multiple servants, which is exactly what you want. When you're just starting your account, you have limited pieces, limited monuments, limited ascension materials. Kiara basically functions as three different AoE forms. Now, mind you, she's not the best AoE rider, but the competition for AoE assassins and casters is not particularly great. Like casters and assassins both have 0.9 damage multipliers on them. So even though they have double damage versus the alter ego's 1.5 times damage against their classes, it's not actually as high as you think it is, because it's actually 1.9 versus 1.5. Or it's actually like 0.9 times 2, which gives you 1.8 versus 1.5. So the damage difference isn't colossal. Yeah. I mean, he is a good he's a decent single target assassin. Like, it's not the worst idea to level him up. Yeah. Ozymandias is also not an AoE. Like, that's an even better reason if your rider is Ozymandias to level Kiara, because like once you're done the story, 90% of your gameplay is farming. So if you're like in Lost Belt 2 or in or done Lost Belt 2, like what are you gonna do after that? You're gonna farm, and Ozymandias and Assassin Emiya are not who you're gonna want. You're gonna want someone who kills lots of things fast, which is probably Kiara. So I definitely say Kiara if those are your leveled servants. Gray is not out on NA right now. Gray is next year. Maybe I'm actually behind. I can't tell if the stream is lagging or I am. Let's see. It might just be me then. Okay. Only like 5 seconds behind now. And this is wave 3. Yeah. Yeah. If you want another excuse to roll for Kiara, she's also decent for challenge quests, because she's not taking bonus damage from any servants, really, as an alter ego. And she's like hella hard to kill. Yeah, Dio is like, and I'm not saying, I haven't said anything bad about Ozzy. He's a completely different servant from an AoE servant. He's like one of the best single target riders in the game. There's so little you can say that's bad about him. That, and he has an amazing voice actor. Thank you, Dio. It's like, with single target servants, you can clear events, no problem. But if you're farming, you're gonna be there forever, because it's gonna be like 15 turns instead of like 3 or 4 turns. Which is why if you're on a newer account, you wanna get up an AoE servant so they can clear something. And like, a servant that can clear 3 different classes is way more efficient than a servant that can only clear 1 type of class. Like, unless you really love her, Kiara will realistically probably be replaced by 3 other servants. But that's not for a while, because you need 3 other 5 stars that are all of specific classes and AoE to replace Kiara. Because she also has 5-star stats, so if she's competing with like a 4-star who's NP1, she's probably doing like a 4-star caster or assassin. He might just do more damage because he has way higher base stats. Yeah, Dio's amazing. I wish my main account had a copy of Ozzy. I mean, I don't hate my single target riders, but they're also not amazing. I have like Ryoma and Ushi as my main single target riders, and then Ishtar and what's his face? Astolfo is my AoE riders. And I mean, Ishtar and Astolfo do good work, and Ryoma's not bad, but he's kind of flimsy. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, that's some nice synergy when you really need to pull out all the stops and delete someone. I think this level 90 I can probably kill someone, right? Yeah. Just takes 2 cards. Yeah, that is nice. That 50% art sub from 50% art sub from Tamamo going into your damage. I can see how that works. Yeah, it's kind of hard to like recommend servants to people if they only give you like a line of text. You kind of, same with like the 4-star recommendations. Like you kind of need an essay to tell people, or like to know exactly what someone's roster is, to know what the best servant is for them. You can make a guess, and it's probably pretty accurate, but the more information you have, the more accurate it is. That is a nice combo for damage. On a more interesting note, Billy much like Sasuke Kojiro, does not have a Noble Phantasm. Thunderer is actually a pure skill. Much like Sasuke Kojiro's Art of the Swallow is not a Noble Phantasm. It is him just saying, I'm so good, I can cut space-time. I can cut space. So is Okita Soji's NP. All three of these servants do not have Noble Phantasms. They are actually just acts of pure skill. They are so good to the point where the universe just said, fuck it, you can do that. You want some random trivia about servants who don't actually have NPs? Yeah, the best you can do to recommending servants is telling people what 3 stars are good. Because everyone should have 3 stars. Or will eventually have all the 3 stars. On an unrelated note, does anyone else really like this sound? I can't tell if Lubu's command card for his Noble Phantasm is him roaring in the distance still, or just him exhaling into like a tube. But either way, it sounds cool, I think. I think it sounds cool. Probably be a better way to phrase that. Oh well. God, we leveled up. It's so hard to spend AP on low level accounts. Yeah, it's like they turned up the Darth Vader breathing to 11, right? They just cranked up the volume. Because all Lubu does is roar. He can't speak, right? That's probably one of those two. But his other roars are much differently pitched, so it stands out. Okay, 30,000. Cool. Billy, Lubu, Billy. Give me some cavalry or something. I want to... Another question. Would you consider leveling up their servants? Would you reconsider leveling up? Would you recommend leveling up servants or leveling their skills? Most servants. Any damage. Most servants, you want to level them up first. Level up your servants first, then go for skills. And by that, I mean... go up till you can't ascend anymore, and then do skills. Grails. It looks really weird if you see someone who's grailed someone and they don't at least have 666 on their servant. Like, generally, levels get you the most bang for your buck and are the easiest to come by. So I would say skills are... I would say skills are secondary. If you're starting out, they matter more when you're getting further into the game and you actually care about cooldowns. Like, I wouldn't recommend completely ignoring skills, but if you're main servants, you should definitely be leveling them. For your main servants, you should definitely be leveling them, but like, yeah. Focus on the levels for a bit. If you're like sitting there and you have like a level 35 servant and they can go to 50 before you ascend them, like levels first, then the skills, because if your servant physically can't put out the damage, unless they are like a dedicated support servant and you're going for like that esports level 1 skill at max, like what's a good example? Like Chira, Karen, or Ishtar Rider. Both of those servants are servants that have like a really good first skill, so some people will leave them at level 1 and max out their first skill so that they can equip them with, say, Poster Girl, bring them onto the battlefield, use their first skill, get them killed so someone else can come in. That's like the only time I would consider level ups less important than skills. If you're specifically going for that, and on specific servants that it's good with. Most servants, I wouldn't recommend that for. I guess we're doing a quick combo. Why not? That's the only time I would say skill levels are less important than XP. Like if you're farming... I need to turn on fast animations for NPs again. This is getting annoying. If you're considering farming for XP because you can't level someone to max, or farming skills, XP is much more efficient and reliable as well. Like, you could literally be farming weeks for, Okay, you already have all servants at max ascension and a few servants that can level up, but their skills aren't the best. Again, if the servants aren't at max ascension, if the servants are not at max ascension, they should be at max ascension. If nothing else, because higher ascension means more skills. I would recommend leveling most servants to the max level they can naturally attain before you go farm materials for skills. And the relevance of skills depends on every skill, how much you actually use the servant, and whether or not that's your only servant of that type. Like, who's a good example for this? For example, Hijikata, who is a pretty solid 5-star, he's an okay 5-star berserker. His middle skill has anti-synergy with his NP. It reduces his damage and his crit damage when he uses it. All it does is heal him for 500 and cleanse debuffs. I leave that skill level 1 because it's not even worth playing around with. In that case, there is no situation in which I would recommend skills, or specifically that skill, over levels. Because the only thing he wants is more levels. His other skills are kind of relevant, but they aren't super strong either. Someone like Waver, I would say it's more important to have Waver at NP. I would say it's more important to have Waver at 10-10-10 than to be at 90. Although, if you want people to actually use your Waver, you may need to put him to level 90 in the first place. It's like, let's go through servants. Alright, we're just gonna look at, mix. We're gonna go to mix. Okay, Scotty. Scotty needs to be 10-10-10 to be usable. She can be at level 80. As long as she has her third skill unlocked. Yeah. Artoria. Artoria is pure damage. She needs levels over all her skills. So, level 90, then focus on skills. Arturia, same deal. Like, step 1, unlock all your skills at the very least, then consider doing anything else. Caster Artoria is another person you can get it with 80. That's true. That's true. Her middle one is just defense down. It helps on some nodes. But I mean, in general, I would say getting her third skill to 10 and her... Yeah. Most people prefer 10, 6, 10. Yeah, you're correct. But I would say, like, you absolutely want that third skill to be at level 10 before you, like, even consider putting her out. The absolute bare minimum would be, like, XX10. And really, you should be, like you said, 10-1-10 or 10-6-10 or 10-10-10. User. Other servants, it's not so important, and you can just go for level 90 first. Go for a level 80 or level 90. Like most DPS, it would be like for, say, Jalter, who's a more traditional DPS, or Altera. These would both be good examples of someone who just wants levels. Like, put them at 90, then do their skills. Like, yeah, whatever. This Altera isn't exactly skilled up. That's okay. It's not a huge deal. You kind of want her NP, her skill upgrades, which you can see in these. Oops, shit! I didn't want to click them. You can kind of see the arrows beside her skill upgrades, meaning she's actually gotten her upgrades. You kind of care about the upgrades and the level more than I care about her skill levels, because her skills don't scale particularly well, and they aren't relevant all that much. Like tactics is like 10 to 20% NP damage. It's not a huge deal. The heal is also a star absorb when it's upgraded, but it's just a heal. Like, who cares? This attack buff is the one I'd care most about in terms of skills, actually. The attack buff, because it also gives stars and is like a 30% attack steroid, so it actually does more for her than her NP damage, depending on who's with her. I would actually say this guy leveled his skills incorrectly, unless he's got like... no, he does not. Yep, he's leveled his skills incorrectly. That's what I'd say. I was gonna say, if this is like some weird imaginary element or K-scope equivalent that I don't know about, maybe it's okay, because he's just gonna once and done her with her NP, but if you're face carding, you want her third skill the most. Alright, we're fighting enemies. Sure, a Lancer. I'll do. Alright. I think I'm gonna pack it up after this quest, because I want to go eat. Oh, you do have Altera. Do you kind of know how she works? She's someone I definitely say you want levels, stats on. Especially because Altera herself is basically a giant stat stick. Like, how much damage does Altera actually do? Like, how much... Her NP gain and her star gen are both kind of weak, so she's spending a lot of time face carding if you don't stick a K-scope on her. Or, like, staple her to a waiver or something. That guy didn't have starting gauge on her, so she doesn't work out too well for a farmer. Actually, this guy will be dead, so I'm gonna go for the overkill instead. Again, Lancelot and Altera both fill very different roles. Like, if I'm 3-turning, I would stick an aerial drive on Altera, put a waiver beside her, and she'll clear a whole wave, which Lancelot can't do. But of course, if I'm trying to kill bosses, Lancelot's the go-to. I too have an Altera. Oh, I should have used his buff, damn. Oh well. We screwed that. We screwed that up. We should have used his attack buff. I realized that right when I went in. I was like, shit. Like, Lancelot's for killing bosses and critting like a machine. Altera is not. Altera is an AoE servant. Like, a lot of servants are defined purely by their Noble Phantasm. Unless they are really good at another role, you mostly define servants by what their Noble Phantasm or skills give them. And Altera is a servant who's very clearly defined by her Noble Phantasm. It's like, you're absolutely right. If you use Altera to kill bosses, or single targets, because she has really good attack stats, Lancelot's probably better just because he'll generate a shit ton of stars, and NP single target way harder than she can do AoE. You can also get a Lancelot way the hell easier than you can get an Altera, statistically at least. It's more likely you pull a Lancelot NP2 than an Altera NP2. So he does even more damage. Like, I somehow managed to get. I mean, Siegfried's an okay AoE saber. He has middling damage, the only down. But I mean, he is super effective against dragons, so depending on the node, he's actually really good. Like there are some nodes where Siegfried, even rider, like dragons are usually riders, right? There are some nodes where Siegfried is actually better than an assassin because of his ridiculous super effective modifier against dragons. So like I wouldn't say he's amazing. He's like an okay farming saber, but when he's in his niche, he's really strong. And servants with niche, servants who are really good in their niche are actually pretty good in Grand Order because most niches come up often enough that you could actually use him. Like, there are enough dragons in this game that his niche is not completely irrelevant. So I think he's pretty good. I think he's good. Like, if I rolled him, I wouldn't hate it. He'd be someone who would actually go on the level up list. May not be my highest priority, but he's not terrible. But he's not like my lowest. Like, what's a good example? Like, I think I have Anne Marie and Bonnie Clyde. I'm pretty sure they're near my. Them and Nursery Rhyme are at like the bottom of my to level up list for gold servants, because neither of them is amazing. They don't fulfill a solid niche that I would conceivably want them for compared to what else I have. Even if I have multiple AoE sabers, I think Siegfried against dragons, he actually does like a stupid amount of damage. I mean, like I said, against dragons he's good. Since you already have Altera, like I wouldn't strongly recommend him. If you have Altera, level her instead, because I think he's also missing a battery, right? Oh, it's Fried, because it's German. My bad. No? Oh, it's Siegfried. Boy. I spelled Sieg wrong. I'm an idiot. I said Siegfried. Because, would I recommend for general farming? I mean, his NP gain's okay, I guess. Let's see, he's a 4-star. He's a 4-star with like an NP gain skill. So I guess I don't hate him. I don't know how much I love him for farming. I prefer most of my farmers to have batteries, which he doesn't have. But neither does Altera. I would say level him. I would say consider leveling him after Altera if you want a second farming saber. For the most part, I don't think you're going to be too desperate for him though. Like if you're playing the game enough, you will eventually want 2 or 3 farming sabers, like 2 or 3 farmers of every class. So he's not terrible, and he's like decent for farming. Like he has an upgraded NP, right? That's all you really need. Yeah, he has an upgraded NP. He's a 4-star. He's fine. Again, his niche against dragons is what he's good at. Because remember, his Dragon Slayer gives him special attack to dragon, which is actually ridiculously huge. It's like 80%, okay? At max, it's 80%. At minimum, it's 50%. So that is a ton of damage. Like, you're dealing 1.5 damage to riders if you do that. And then if you take his Balmung with Noble Phantasm upgraded with its overcharge, it does another 150% damage on top of that. To things. So he's actually like way more effective against dragons than even like your basic assassin if it's a rider dragon. Like he's doing more than double damage even though he's not a rider. So yeah, I could recommend him for farming. I think there's better servants for farming. But I don't know the breadth and depth that we have. Karna or Lancer Artoria. Lancer Artoria, assuming you mean the 5-star, is probably better because she has a 50% battery. However, Karna does win if you need more damage. as Karna can do. Karna's third skill is 30% battery at most. Here, wait, we'll actually swap to this right now because I have it open. Oh, the 4-star. Yeah, Karna wins against the 4-star, no problem. There are 2 Lancer Artorias. So if I like swap over to this real quick. So like Karna, he has a 25% battery. Oh, I was wrong. I thought it was 30%, my bad. He has a 25% battery, which is perfectly fine. MLB K-Scope works with that. 20% gets you to the point you want to be where you can like synergize decently with most of your supports. And if you're not using him like turn 1, you can reasonably get like an Arts or a quick card out of him to get that missing 5% if all you have is a Waver or Merlin. He has Mana Burst Flame, which is really good. The Buster and NP damage actually give him more than the equivalent 50% in Buster because of the way multipliers work. So this is 130 times 120. Lancer Artoria, who I actually want to open in a new tab. Artoria Lancer. You don't mean right. Pendragon Lancer. She has slightly less damage on her NP, but she also has this charisma to make up for that, right? So she's doing a bit less because 1.3 times 1.2 is more than 1.5. And the 18% charisma makes up for it. So in like general case, she's doing more damage without looking at her NP. Then she has a 50% battery, which gives her the advantage in farming because she'll be able to instantly NP with something like any of the 50% battery event CEs, she'll be able to instantly NP off of, which makes her easier to work into a team. Unfortunately, her NP isn't upgraded, and it has Ignore Invincibility, which is okay, but not usually super important for farming. So this is almost something you can completely ignore. You also debatably don't care about this. Depending on if you're trying to do some wonky 3-turn composition with a lot of charge, this might be useful. It's usually not, though. I have seen a couple compositions where they kind of use the 20% refund, so it's not completely irrelevant. Karna, on the other hand, so he's slightly down in damage, look at him. He has an upgraded NP, so he actually deals more damage, as his multiplier is like 400. As you can see, her multiplier is 300%, and his is 400% after his upgrade. The important thing to note, though, is that he does extra damage to divine enemies. So if you're facing divine enemies and Lancer Artoria can't pull it out, Karna's got you covered. I also think Karna has better cards, like command cards, if you're not just farming, but that's not necessarily relevant. Anyway, Karna can like absolutely melt divine enemies. At this point, he's doing like single target damage to divine enemies, kind of like Gilgamesh does. So the answer is, do you need more damage? That's really the answer for farming. For the most part, Altria Lancer can pull out the damage you need, though, so you don't necessarily need Karna. But there are some nodes where the enemy is in fact too healthy to kill. Like, personally, mechanically, I think in general I would actually just go with Karna if I had a choice between the two. But that's just because I like Karna, and because I'm always thinking about like weird challenge quest situations where the divine would be relevant. That's kind of what's on my mind when I'm playing. Alright. Let's finish this fight. If I had both of them, it would be a little bit harder, but I would probably do like XX10 on the Lancer, and then I would consider Karna. Just because there's probably less situations where you desperately need Karna's bonus damage. They do a pretty good job in this game, despite having a bajillion servants. That like most servants actually have somewhere they excel and somewhere they're worse at. So it's for a lot of servants, it's hard to say which is straight up better than the other. Like, those are a good comparison. 50% battery versus 25% battery, but has a better niche. Like, your general farming expert is clearly Lancer Artoria, but in your niche cases, Karna pulls ahead for the support list. Probably Lancer Artoria. Probably Lancer Artoria outside of events. Like, the nice thing about the support list is in normal, you can just guess general use case. They're not looking for divine specifically. In the event, you can probably look up the event to see what matters more. It also depends on what CEs you have, because if you have a K-scope, if like you're thinking, oh, I have an extra K-scope, who do I give the K-scope to? You know, suddenly that 50% battery isn't necessarily relevant for Artoria, because you just give Karna the K-scope and suddenly he may as well have a 50% battery. If you don't have a K-scope for him, then it doesn't matter as much. If you're giving him a K-scope, then maybe that 50% battery doesn't matter because you can pull off more damage. So if you're going to give him the K-scope in the support list, like, you know, K-scopes are in high demand in support lists still, because you can only equip one of each copy in your support list. So if you're not planning on giving anyone else the K-scope, you know, Karna's probably a little bit better because his downside is the lack of battery. If people can instantly NP with either of them, maybe you just go with that because he has higher base damage with his upgraded NP. I'm assuming you did his interlude. Like, I assume most people do the interlude and rank up quests that actually unlock new abilities or give them upgrades. I can see skipping the ones that don't give you anything, but for the most part, I assume that you've done anything that gives you actual upgrades. Like, this one for Ishiwakamaru should be done. This one for Jean, not so important. Yeah. So he's going to hit harder. And if he can NP instantly, he's probably better. So probably go for him. Probably go for him for support list then. I mean, if you have both, you can always just swap them around, right? But yeah, I favor Karna, because he has a stronger niche. Like, I also have, on my main account, I also have like 2 servants with high batteries, so even though they aren't Lancers, so I don't value the battery as much, because I can do a lot. I can get away with a lot on neutral damage. Alright. Think. I like your voice, Mash, but I can't understand the words you're speaking. Alright. Now's the time. I really wish I could tell who else is online without going to the Twitch homepage. But alas, I can't. I think it's time to wrap things up. I've got to make dinner. I'll progress later in the story. I feel like we're just going to keep overcapping on AP anyway. We've been going strong for about 7 hours. Thanks so much for watching, guys. Been great having a ton of you hang out. Especially for such a long stream. I hope you guys have a great evening, or a great morning, or a great afternoon, wherever you are. It's been a lot of fun. And I'll see you guys tomorrow.